my email. Please accept my sincere apologies for my wardrobe malfunction. Um, I went to try to purchase a tie, and I'm not kidding. The town was like 10 miles away, and they had two ties, and they were $49.50, where my range is between 8 and 12 at Marshall's. So it just didn't make any sense. So I'm going to find myself and make a donation to Old Brook Community Development Corporation. So please forgive my wardrobe malfunction. With that, I would like to begin. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Kelly,
Here.
Bishop, Brancatelli,
Here.
Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin,
Here.
Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones,
Here.
Joe Jones, Casey,
Present.
McCormick, Mooney,
Here.
Polinsik, Santana, Slight,
Present.
Zone.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today is Wednesday, July 15th. I'm going to begin by reading our new preamble during the COVID-19 crisis in terms of our virtual meetings. This committee of the whole is being held during the COVID-19 emergency declaration and is being conducted as a virtual meeting in accordance with Ohio's open meeting laws as amended by Sub-House Bill 197. Council, a copy of all legislation to be heard during this council meeting was furnished previous to the meeting to every council members through their council email. It is hereby acknowledged without objection that all council members have received this legislation. Council members must be visibly present for votes. If you're not visibly present, your vote will not be counted. So we're going to start there, and then just a housekeeping items in terms of how we're going to conduct the meeting today for the directors and for others who will be participating. We're going to begin with ordinance number 566, which deals with the COVID-19, the ordinance that we've been discussing. Then we're going to move to finance, and with the ED, the economic development piece. Then we're going to go to HR. Human Resources has 3. And then we're going to go to port control, and then we'll conclude with council. There's a number of council resolutions and ordinances that we will hear. So with that, I would like to begin with ordinance number, wait 1 second, let me get up again. I'd like to begin with ordinance number 55620. By Mayor Jackson, council members Griffin, Zone, and Kelly, an emergency ordinance to supplement the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976 by enacting new sections 602.01 to 602.06 related to facial coverings and social distancing, section 437.30 related to passenger facial coverings in vehicles for hire during the COVID-19 pandemic, section 236.01 to 236.07 related to the Dine Safe Ohio order, and sections 238.01 to 238.05 related to sanitation after COVID-19 positive employees. This has been an ordinance that we have been discussing amongst ourselves. Everybody should have received emails about this, and Ms. Tilley did a matrix about what different cities are doing to compare that. I'm assuming that everybody's keeping aware of what the governor's doing. But with that, I would like to turn this over. I would like to have the administration do their presentation, and then we will take questions on this ordinance. Who is going to lead from the administration on this ordinance?
Mr. Chairman, this is Meryl Gordon. I will start us off, and then Director Lang Henry and Director Howard will be providing additional information. We are also joined by Chief Natoya Walker Minor and Chief Calvin Williams as well, who'll be with public safety perspective talking about enforcement.
Right.
Okay. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for hearing ordinance number 566-2020. This ordinance is, a lot of thought went into this ordinance as we have been looking at all the data and understanding more and more about this virus. This is all about protecting the community's health, the people's health. Everything that went into this was all designed around protecting the people's health. COVID-19 is a respiratory virus. We know this. What we don't know is a whole lot more about this very, very complicated, very, very dangerous virus. We know it's incredibly contagious. It can pass through community spread, through respiratory droplets, from persons being in close proximity, and it can make people very sick, and it has caused unnecessary death. Masks are a proven way to mitigate this spread, and the numbers we've been realizing over the course of the last several weeks, not only from March 15th when we had our first case, we needed to make the decision to be much more prescriptive. We're concentrating on our efforts on places we know from the data where it's the highest likelihood of transmission and where conditions are ripe for more potent and viral spread. We need to maximize efforts and energy on prevention, not to penalize people. This is why we continue with all our public health prevention, working with our partners to remind the community to practice good hand hygiene, staying 6 feet from others, and now, excuse me, now with mandatory face coverings and masks when in the presence of others. There are 3 sections to this ordinance that we will go over. I just will talk at a very high level and then turn it over to Director Lang-Henry. With face coverings, mandatory face coverings when in the presence of others, face coverings must cover your nose and your mouth and your chin. It must cover the entirety of this area. If you wear it below your neck or up on your head, it isn't doing anything to help you or the community. And in fact, one of the things that we are needing to make sure everybody's aware is that you should never touch the inside of the mask that's going to go along your face. That can contaminate and actually cause you to get sick. So when you move your mask up and down, you could possibly pick up cells that might land on your hair and on your skin. And so it is very, very critical to make sure that this mask, you never touch the inside, which is going to go towards your face, but that this is worn at all times around others. That's in section 60201. Section 437-30 is around vehicles for hire. I know there are a number of questions initially with this. This is not about a family car. This is about if you're hiring a taxi, Uber, Lyft, hired transport, perhaps senior transport. Both the driver and the passengers must be wearing a facial mask, again, over the nose and the mouth and chin. Section 236 is a very critical piece. This actually adds on a bit to the state Ohio director's Dying Safe Ohio order. All staff, all personnel must be wearing a mask, and all patrons must be wearing a mask unless they are eating and drinking. What this also does is that it enforces now the COVID floor plan and the maximum capacity within the establishment. So as the state Dying Safe Ohio order calls for a COVID compliant floor plan, I have staff in the Division of Environment who's happy to help and give guidance if anybody needs additional assistance with that. But there are a number of FAQs and other information out there to make sure that tables are spaced within at least or apart 6 feet. You can have up to 10 people at one table, but that floor plan must all be established to ensure health and safety of all inside, and that floor plan And then thus the maximum capacity of individuals within that establishment, which includes both diners and staff, is posted at the entrance, visibly posted at the entrance for anybody coming and going. And again, masks. Masks are critical to be worn when not eating or drinking. And in addition, everyone must be seated when drinking and or eating. Operator is responsible for ensuring that the staff, employees, and the patrons are complying. This is critical. Again, I can't underscore this enough, that we are all in this together to protect the health of the community, of the residents from this virus. The last section is section 238.01. And again, at a very high level, this is when an individual, an employee of an operation has been to work while symptomatic, that operation and test positive, for COVID-19, that operation must disinfect and sanitize according to CDC guidance before that business can open again to the public. I'm going to turn it over to Director Lang-Henry to go into a little bit more detail about the fine details of the legislation. I'm happy to talk through the state alert indicator level and kind of what that means with level red. We can go over that if you would like, Mr. Chairman, after this portion of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Before we go to Director Lang-Henry, I just wanted to, I was thinking we would start with just some context of how we got here. So correct me if I'm wrong, but let me, because I think this is important. You know, July 3rd, the mayor used his authority under the proclamation of civil emergency to require that masks be worn, because the data was quite clear that we're not winning this thing. Cases were going up and cases continue to go up. And the mayor did this in response to the previous Wednesday, the day before, the governor failed at that point to order any mask order, despite this increase. Thus, the mayor did this on the 3rd, and I know there was some conversation amongst our colleagues about the importance of having a mask requirement, a mask ordinance. Then again, then the following Wednesday, the governor did order mask orders for counties that were in the risk level that we were in. So now we had 2 orders out there, and right now what this does is it essentially mirrors the state what the governor's order did, with exceptions, so that people have a reasonable understanding of what to expect, so that there's not multiple rules out there that people are trying to comply with. And it puts into effect what the governor and the state and the CDC have prescribed for compliance. So we're basically codifying what is there. Is that an accurate summary of what led us to where we are today?
Yes.
Okay.
That's an accurate summary. And
Okay,
it also includes the provision of a civil penalty for failure to meet these pieces in the ordinance.
Okay, and I was going to leave this up to Director Lang-Henry and Safety Director and the Chief, but just so we have a framework going forward, that there was conversations before as this was happening in terms of what should we do as a municipality. The state code, the Ohio Revised Code, does provide for penalties pursuant to the governor's order, and it actually requires local political subdivisions to enforce it. The problem is that if we were to rely just on that, the only tool that law enforcement or health or any enforcement entity has is an M2, a misdemeanor 2, which has a maximum of $750 and 90 days in jail, and it is a criminal statute. So we would only be left with this criminal tool. So what this is going to do, by reading, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we are mirroring the governor's order with the exceptions and what the requirements are for dining establishments. And we are allowing civil penalties as opposed to the criminal penalties. So I just want to make sure that's clear up front what the intent of all of this is.
That's
Um,
correct.
Okay. So with that, Director Lang Henry, I will turn the floor over to you to tell us more about to continue on the details of the ordinance.
Thank you. Good morning. As the council president said, the governor's order, which is his mask order, applies while counties are in the red or purple designation. And enforcement of that order is a misdemeanor of the second degree, which, as the council president said, carries 90 days in jail up to $750 fine, up to 90 days in jail. What we have here is new chapter 602. The mask requirement mirrors the governor's order. The exceptions are all of the same, and the requirement for when the mask is to be worn is all of the same. But in our ordinance, we make it a civil penalty for $25 for each offense. This means that there's no criminal record for anybody who is cited for a civil violation of this ordinance. The person has the ability to appeal their civil liability ticket to the directors of public safety and public health. If they're displeased with the outcome of that appeal, they can then go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. And if they're displeased with that outcome, they can appeal to the Court of Common Pleas. The mask covering exception would expire upon termination of the mayor's proclamation of a civil emergency. And so that's the whole mask covering for and Director Gordon mentioned the vehicles for hire. This applies to taxi cabs, Uber, Lyft, livery services, all for hire vehicles. And in this chapter, the operator is responsible for making sure that all of the passengers are wearing a mask when they are in the vehicle at all times. And the operator can be fined $25 for each passenger who does not have a mask on. In addition to that, the passenger may be fined $5 for not wearing a mask. And again, this is all civil liability. It's similar to the seatbelt law. Under the seatbelt law, the operator of the vehicle may be charged for anybody not wearing a seatbelt. In addition to that, we have made it a secondary offense, meaning that a vehicle may not be stopped solely because of passengers not wearing masks. The vehicle has to be stopped for another traffic code violation. Under the section, new chapter 236, this addresses kind of more clearly defining the governor's Dine Safe Ohio order. Under the governor's, I'm sorry, not the governor's order, the Ohio Department of Health's Dine Safe Ohio order. Under the Department of Health's order, a bar, restaurant, catering facility must establish a floor plan that allows for social distancing. So tables must be established so that diners are more than 6 feet apart, so that the diners are more than 6 feet from people waiting in line for the establishment, so that kitchen staff, wherever their workstations are, or server staff have to be 6 feet away. Once they establish this social distance required dining plan, that determines the occupancy for the bar, restaurant, or catering facility. And under the health director's order, the business is required to post that occupancy number at their business. And so what we have done here in this ordinance is we've mirrored those same requirements, that all employees must be wearing facial coverings, that the dining capacity is to be posted at the public entrance. In addition to that, we require a posting of the social distancing required floor plan at the entrance. In the governor's order, if a bar or restaurant has an open congregate area for dancing or video games or things of that nature, they are supposed to enforce social distancing in that open congregate area. And so what we require is that the business also has to post, if they have an open congregate area, they must post the maximum capacity for that area. But that's not in addition to their dining capacity. That's a part of their dining capacity. But the issue has been difficult because when we are called to clubs, bars, frequently there are people congregating close together in these open congregate areas. And so we want to make sure people are aware that the social distancing requirements apply also to the open congregate areas. And we'll be requiring a separate posting for the capacity of that area, but that is part of their overall dining capacity. As the health director mentioned, in the state health director order, all people consuming food and or drink must be seated. And again, they're seated in a social distanced way. And so we make it a civil violation for a business not to follow its requirements. And for the first offense, we'll be issuing a verbal warning. After that, it can be a penalty of $3,000 to the business and a penalty of $5,000 for subsequent violations. In addition to that, we have declared that a place that is operating contrary to these provisions is an emergency nuisance. And what that means is that the enforcement officers can summarily order them to stop. If it's an issue of too many people in the business or they're not social distanced, they have to let people out of the business, come into compliance, and then they can resume their operation. Then we have a sanitization requirement, as the health director noted, and this is if an employee who was at work while symptomatic tests positive, the business, and this applies to all businesses, not just dining and bars, must sanitize according to CDC standards all of the areas that employee was involved with and any other high touch areas. And again, that is a civil penalty for violation of that provision. You're on mute, Kevin.
Thank you, Director Lang Henry. Director Howard, do you have anything further? Chief Williams, do you have anything further?
I do, Council President. Thank you. My colleagues have summed up, the law and the health perspective. From the public safety perspective, it's important for citizens to understand that Cuyahoga County has had over 9,000 COVID cases, as of the numbers that I had gotten yesterday. More than 1/3 of those are from the city of Cleveland. The age range of those being affected that's on the rise is 20 to 29, followed by 30 to 39. And there are a lot of unknowns with this virus. We do know that seniors, it can be fatal to seniors. It can be fatal to those with compromised immune systems, pre-existing conditions. But there are a lot of long-term effects with this virus that we don't know. There's information that medical professionals have provided that says that it can lead to respiratory issues, cardiovascular issues, cognitive brain issues. We are looking to protect the public in a very strategic and proactive way. Our approach is that of being responsive and being collaborative with businesses and with citizens in Cleveland. Every citizen is encouraged to wear a mask. Every citizen is encouraged to wear a mask. If there are situations where folks, running, working in their yard, they're able to social distance, that's fine. They're urged to wear a mask. But in situations when this is what we're targeting is mass gatherings, places where it's difficult to social distance, where groups of people are going in and out, such as department stores. Those are the locations that we are strategically looking to make sure that citizens are protected. This is not something that public safety and law enforcement can do alone. We need a partnership with the citizens and with businesses, and that's exactly what we're looking for. And Director Langhenry stated that we could enforce the governor's order through a second-degree misdemeanor, but we believe that this partnership and this collaboration can be accomplished through civil ramifications. We have been very proactive in going out to businesses, and educating them, speaking with them, letting them know what we're looking for. We have sent invites to businesses and will continue to do so. We've had our first meeting yesterday. We'll have a meeting today and tomorrow at Public Auditorium from 3 to 5 for businesses to come and ask questions and for us to share information with. I'm grateful to say that we've been out and we have seen some very positive things being done by businesses. We've seen, I have personally seen COVID occupancy limits posted on doors. I've seen masks required for service. We have seen businesses taking temperatures and having their own mask available to give to patrons prior to them entering. So this is not something that that's impossible. It can be done. That is our focus. We do not want to criminalize living. We want to try to accomplish this through this remedy. And if anyone sees that, the mass gatherings or folks who are not wearing masks, there's the Mayor's Action Center at 664-2900 to call in to let us know if there are businesses that are not, being protective, facilitating social distancing, requiring the wearing of masks. We will be doing random checks, and I'll let Chief Williams go into it further, but we will be doing random checks going into businesses. We will not be staging zone cars outside of businesses. We are going to engage in community engagement, community policing. We'll be providing masks to people who are seen walking or out in public. If they are seen in groups and they don't have masks, we will work to provide those folks with masks. This is reasonable legislation being presented to council. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Williams.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. As the director stated, our stance on this right now is community engagement, cooperation in this pandemic itself. I think people are starting to understand, and I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that people understand that this pandemic is not going away as we originally thought, maybe a month and a half ago, and people have to be vigilant. We have to be on top of this so that we do not get into another situation where we completely shut down our economy, shut down our city. So that's why we've taken the stance, not so much enforcement of individuals, but to actually give them a mask if they don't have one. We're encouraging people not to call 911 if they see individuals without masks. You can call the Mayor's Action Line. We're really trying to be efficient in our resources and have those folks actually call when there are mass gatherings or businesses with a lot of folks open that aren't compliant with the legislation and with the health director's order from the state level, so that we can maximize our resources that affects the most number of people at one time. One thing our Division of Police officers are good at is advising people on kind of being in compliance with things. So we're going to continue down that track. Again, our officers out in the field are going to have extra masks that they will offer to folks that don't have them. We will be doing spot checks at businesses around the city to make sure their employees, as well as the folks that patronize those businesses, are in compliance. And if they're not, then we're going to give them warnings and advice on how to get into compliance and try to ensure that they do. It's up to all of us to flatten this thing out once and for all until it either goes away or there's a vaccine developed that can fight it. And that's the stance that we've taken here in the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Chief. Anything further from the Mayor's administration before we begin questions?
Mr. Chairman, this is
Yes.
Meryl Gordon. I just wanted to say one additional thing. So there's also some enormous efforts out there to distribute masks and face coverings. So within the health department, our Office of Minority Health is working with churches and community organizations to distribute reusable masks. These are not the kinds that are disposable, but reusable ones that can be washed daily and must be washed daily. So that's upwards of, I believe, 35,000 masks that have been distributed. The Department of Aging has distributed them to every senior building in the city and continues to work with senior centers and other groups to make sure that that's being distributed. Additionally, the group of philanthropy and foundations, which includes Gund, Mount Sinai, St. Luke's, Cleveland, and I believe a few others, Sisters of Charity, have all been working on purchasing and distributing masks in the community. So we're trying to make sure that while we're putting this out there, we're also giving people these tools to protect themselves and their families. So I just wanted the community to know that. We will be hopefully having more publicity about that, but just to know that this is not, we're not putting something out there without meeting that demand and meeting those expectations for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So I have a few questions, and I've been fortunate enough to have many conversations leading up to this, so I feel I understand the ordinance pretty well. But on when the chief mentioned, the safety director mentioned that people can call the mayor's action line, there's already a county line that is seemingly overwhelmed. Is there coordination with that line? Is there, I mean, I don't want to be duplicative of what people should do. And, we want to come up with something that's efficient and that we can, get a result that's reasonable. But is there any coordination between that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, this is Meryl Gordon. So there is, they actually open that line up so that they can start to collect data on which communities they're getting the most amount of complaints from and where resources might need to be deployed, including enforcement resources. So the staff at the county EMA is collecting all that information from those calls and then forwarding the ones from Cleveland to us and the ones from the suburban communities to those suburban community governments and also the County Board of Health. So yes, that is, it's a preferable way to do reporting, but as public safety mentioned, if there are incidents where there's large groups where nobody is wearing a mask, where there's flagrant disregard for the provisions of this ordinance, then calling the mayor's action line or calling Cleveland Police is advisable.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to ask Chief Williams on this, the conversations that have happened that I've had with my colleagues, mainly centered around this issue of enforcement and, will this be something that's going to just be another reason to stop people, another reason to, kind of give people a case where they, don't need one. Do you believe there's any intention? Do you have any intention of police officers, stopping people without masks randomly? Can you just tell us a little bit about what you see what would this look like?
Yeah, Mr. Council President, that's not our intention at all. We're actually drafting a divisional notice that may turn into a general police order if this thing goes for any length of time. But that divisional notice will spell out the stance of not just the city and city council and division of police, but the stance that we're going to take, period, on this enforcement piece. Again, our mandate is to get compliance, not so much to have enforcement. And definitely, as you can see by the legislation, we don't want criminal penalties leveled against folks, whether they be businesses or individuals. So the stance of the Division of Police is to gain compliance, is to help folks understand the importance of wearing a mask and to make sure that if they don't have a mask, then we'll supply one for you. Now, that's not to say that there won't be enforcement of the ordinance as council passes it, or even of the state's health director's order on the criminal side. It depends on the situation. But the stance of the Division of Police is to gain compliance, to make sure people understand the seriousness of this, and to make sure that if they don't have a mask, that we actually give them one and aid in flattening the curve here in the city of Cleveland.
Thank you, Chief. And to Director Gordon, what will, if there's an establishment, for example, where multiple complaints are, what is the Department of Health's role in that, in responding to those types of complaints, whether it's floor plan or an infected worker? What will the Department of Health do?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. So we have the authority to declare a nuisance. We're working with as well with public safety. If there's overcapacity at a particular facility, then they now have authority to help shut that facility down until that facility is within the allowed occupancy of a particular facility. The other thing I wanted to mention, and thank you for the reminder, Director Howard, we have been working with the Ohio Department of Public Safety and the Liquor Control Board, because as we see that there are establishments where there are numerous complaints that have been validated. So inspectors from the health department have been out and public safety has been out, whether that's police or fire. We are taking action to make sure that compliance is had. Again, this is all about this virus and minimizing to the best that we can with the tools that we have, minimizing the spread of this virus that has really plagued our world. And we see the impact here in our community.
Okay, thank you, Director. With that, I want to begin by calling on the chairs of Public Safety and Public Health, and then go to my colleagues. I have Councilman Brancatelli on the list so far. I'll begin with Councilman Matt Zone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone, administration, and I'm glad that we're finally here, that we can create clear and predictable an enforcement component. That's what the community is looking for. I just, Mr. Chairman, had a couple clarifying questions that I wanted to make a couple of comments. Through the chair to the administration, was helpful to get the legislation in advance. You kind of defined the different categories, what constitutes a household, what constitutes people who may be living in the same circle where these laws wouldn't apply. So through the chair to Director Gordon, when you spoke about drivers and passengers must wear a mask, does that also include if it's husband and wife riding in a car or partners driving in a car together?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm happy to clarify this. This is not about that. This is about cars for hire, I believe is the right terminology. This is Uber, Lyft, senior transport, et cetera.
Great. Thank you, Director. I mean, I just wanted that clarity when you were communicating that. I didn't want people to get the impression that we were going to be the mask police and enforcing everyone to have this. Adding this new, so what this does is Chapter 602 is allowing us to add, as Director Langhenry said, this civil provision, which then we could potentially, if warranted, issue a violation under that provision, as opposed to the criminal statute, which the state code provides for and gives local authority. With respect to enforcement, through the chair to the director or director of law or director of health, for bars and restaurants, wouldn't it be better to, or I don't know if we might be doing this, is to have the fire department do these inspections. They do periodic checks for occupancy size, those types of matters. I'm always reluctant to shift all this burden on our police department to make them the enforcers of this matter. So can you speak with just relative to enforceability in bars and restaurants?
Through the chair to the council member, the provisions in Chapter 236 are enforceable by the police and by the Department of Health. So the Commissioner of Environmental Health and any of the other authorized officers can also enforce this. So it doesn't rest solely with the police.
Yeah, no, I get that, Director. And I'm saying, why doesn't the city have the enforcement mechanism of bars and restaurants be performed by our fire department as opposed to the police department, because they're used to occupancy limit requirements, spatial issues. They might be in a better position. And plus, if we weren't living in the moment in time that we're living in right now, I would probably think people would be comfortable with having the police and the health department doing it. And I'm trying to shift some of the responsibility from our police department. So can somebody from the administration speak around the enforceability, and could we have fire do bars and restaurants? It's my question.
Councilman, Council President to the chair. This is why we've taken this approach. COVID is so serious that it's taking a collaboration of public safety as a whole, and not to overburden fire. It's a shared responsibility. We are working, this is a collaboration between Public Safety Department, which is police and fire, the health department, state liquor control. So this is such a massive issue, and it's so detrimental to the citizens of Cleveland that we are taking a whole entity approach to this, Your Honor. So Councilman, my apologies. That might be appropriate too, but it's such a serious concern. We had a town hall last night where one of the callers had called in, and this was a grandmother who was concerned for her safety. And we don't want to be able to tell that grandmother, we weren't able to provide masks or provide enforcement because a firefighter is not available, because they're handling an emergency, or police is not available, or liquor control is not available. This is a whole approach so that the citizens of Cleveland will understand, and it's made clear that we are all engaged in doing everything that we can. Though we can't do it alone, we're doing everything that we can in a very strategic and surgical way. And that's why this is civil and not criminal, but this is definitely an all hands on deck task.
Thank you, Safety Director. I'll re-ask the question again. And I get that, and that's all well and good. And I support kind of the sentiment of your response to my question. But I'll ask the question, and I hope somebody can answer it. My question is, can we have the fire department, because the legislation is explicit, it says the health department and the police. My question, can fire do the inspections for restaurants and bars? Stay within that parameter of that question. Can fire do the inspection in bars and restaurants as opposed to police? That's my question.
They can do the, Councilman through the chair, they can do the inspection. And then they will notify police or the health department if compliance is not observed.
So through the chair to Director Lang Henry, because I don't know who to direct this question to, although it would be Director Howard, because you oversee our safety forces. I guess the sentiment of my question is, my preference would be is to not have police in every bar and restaurant looking at people wearing masks. I think it's a softer approach. It gives us enforceability opportunity. If you get, and our fire personnel, they're not doing runs all the time. They're doing runs for EMS runs, but let's get them out on the streets and interacting with the community. Can we have fire do the inspections in bars and restaurants as opposed to police? And then if, to your question, Director Howard, in the event that there is a violation and we need to issue a civil citation, you just call on radio and we get a police car there and we take care of business. So that's my question.
Councilman through the chair, I think that it's a matter of practicality. I think it's a matter of officers, we have zone cars that patrol the city of Cleveland, and they are the boots on the ground. Whereas with firefighters, it's logistically much more difficult to have fire out than to have police who are already patrolling the community. And this is also, again, an opportunity to engage in community engagement, community policing. And this is much more practical.
Councilman, may I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
What harm would have, why don't, if we were to amend section C to just basically leave it enforceable by the Department of Public Safety and all divisions thereof. And then, you know, let that be the parameters by which it's enforced. I mean, I think that'd be simple enough, and that way it doesn't leave it just to those to those entities that are defined. Councilman, I don't know what your thoughts about that, or Chief or Safety Director, what your thoughts are about that.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and I would defer to a response from Director Howard. And then as one of the sponsors of the legislation, I don't know if I can actually make that amendment. I think somebody else would need to. Oh, no, I'm not the chair of the meeting. You are, Mr. Chairman, so I would make that amendment. Director Howard, could you respond to the Council President's question?
So with this being legislation, I would defer to Director Langhenry on this point, but I do want to just reiterate that, you know, fire is they're part of the team, so they're not, you know, they're not.
Director Langhenry, can you, if section, let me pull it up real quick. If section 602.03C were amended to essentially say that this chapter may be enforced by the Director of Public Health, Commissioner of Environmental Health, or any division of public safety. Is that something that would, strengthen or keep the ordinance intact and strong?
Councilman, through the chair, I would not want to put enforcement on emergency medical services, on EMS.
Right. Okay.
And I want to say that because they're part of public safety, and then I don't want the public to be confused.
If I can interrupt for just a second. No, let me just get to the point right here, which is we're not going to be dispatching cars from council. We're not going to be responding to calls. We want to create a broad structure that gives you the authority to enforce this, but we want to just give as many tools as possible. So we're not saying that EMS is going to go out and start writing tickets. We're just giving the authority to the department to make these decisions. That's the intent. Director Langhenry, can you tell us your thoughts on this?
Sure. I would add the Division of Fire only to address Director Howard's concern and have it say, in addition to Cleveland police officers, this chapter may be enforced by the Director of Public Health or the Commissioner of Environmental Health or the Chief of the Division of Fire and any other officer or employee designated by them to, well, I guess we'd have to after the health code. I'm sorry. In addition to Cleveland police officers, this chapter may be enforced by the Director of Public Health or the Commissioner of Environmental Health and any other officer or employee designated by them to enforce the city's health code, or by the Chief of the Division of Fire or any other officer or employee designated by him or her to enforce this code.
Which is fine. My only question is why, like, is it for all the words that you just stated, where you say enforced by the Director of Health, when I say enforced by the Director of Safety? Doesn't that cover all that?
Mr. Chairman, can I speak on this point?
Let me let Barbara and then back to you, Matt, if that's a Councilman, if that's
Yeah,
okay.
that's fine. That's fine.
We could say the Director of Public Safety or any officers designated by the Director of Public Safety.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Langhenry. That was going to be precisely my point. If you give the authority to the Director of Public Safety, then it's the Director of Public Safety's prerogative to institute who will be the enforcer of those provisions. Doesn't have to designate EMS or animal control. I will say, through the chair to Director Langhenry, I've always viewed my role as a council member and my colleagues on council as kind of a barometer of the community, and our job is to kind of really gauge their sentiment. And it's not only the people who we represent who live in our respective wards, but it's the businesses that are in there as well, and then to take that message back. And my point, or maybe my persistence on enforceability, particularly in large scale events, is I don't want to subject our police officers and have them walking in on a crowded bar on West 9th Street or West 6th Street, issuing violations. I would much rather it be discreetly done, having fire go in there, making sure that they're checking that they're not exceeding the occupancy limit, having fire then ask for the manager, talk to the manager, tell them they better get it under control because we're going to issue the business a violation, then to create untense situations with our police officers in these environments. So that is an administrative function. And my role as one of those city's barometers is to share with you those concerns. The other thing is our police officers have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of public safety matters that they need to be out on the streets, keeping our community safe. I continually hear from some of my colleagues, as well as residents, that we're not paying attention to these little quality of life issues these days, and that our police are being pulled in so many different directions that they can't respond to the things where people are really concerned about: the loud music, the fireworks going off, different things like that. And so again, I don't want to put all of this burden on our police department. It's unfair in that respect. So that's my last comment on this point. I'm going to move on to one final comment, Mr. Chairman, then I'm done.
Before you go to your next comment,
Yes, sir.
Director Howard had a comment, and I want to make a decision on take a roll on the roll call on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question on the proposed amendment?
Let me hear from Director Howard first, and then we'll talk about the amendment. Director Howard?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this is, and Councilman through the chair, is that I have personally been out with police, fire, and our state partners at establishments talking with business owners. The concern is that it's a matter of training and risk. Our Cleveland police officers are trained to engage in the public from a public safety perspective. They are trained to engage in community policing. They are trained on use of force. We have had situations where our safety personnel have engaged business owners and clubs and have been threatened. It's the last thing that I want is to send a firefighter into an establishment and that firefighter's safety is threatened and that firefighter is not given the opportunity.
Okay.
So that's a concern that I have. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and then just to reiterate that again, fire, they are our partners in this.
Okay, greatly appreciated. For those, for my colleagues, just an FYI, my texting isn't working if you're texting me, so I'm kind of relying on the raised hands and the little symbols that come up. So I have a number of people who I saw on the list for questions. Councilman Slife, I believe you have a question on the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Is the amendment to alter part of chapter 602, which is facial coverings and social distancing, or section 236, which is on dining establishments?
Okay, so there's
two different parts of the code that refer to kind of the same, they mirror the same language.
Right.
Part of the proposed legislation.
Right. It's that section C, just about, who would be who. It's section 602.03, section C is where I'm looking. And just to amend that to basically say that this chapter may be enforced by the Director of Public Safety, the Director of Public Health, or Commissioner of Environmental Health, or any other officer or employee designated by them to enforce the city's health code.
Director Lang Henry, would through the chair, would that need to be mirrored in 236.05?
To the council member through the chair, you raise a good point. Chapter 602 goes solely to face coverings. Chapter 230, sorry, let me find the number, 236 addresses the occupancy of establishments under the Health Director's Dine Safe Ohio order. It sounds like we're going to occupancy when we're talking about fire.
Sure. So if I can make a suggestion that throughout the ordinance, where it specifically mentions, are those the only two sections then that we would be dealing with?
There's a separate, well, the
Where-
only folks who are enforcing the masks and for hire vehicles are police.
Okay.
Because
then,
it's a
the amendment-
secondary offense, so it requires a traffic stop.
Sure. But my question, Director, then would be, the suggested ordinance covers all of that, right?
There's separate penalty sections for each of them. They're all in separate sections.
Right. But
So-
if we,
Yeah,
so I was just going to say, if we were going to make that amendment for those three sections, it would cover all of it. That language would cover everything, right?
it has to be in each of the sections. That's right. The enforcement section,
Yes.
23803, which goes to sanitization, 23605, which goes to occupancy of the Dine Safe Ohio entities, and then 60203, which goes to masks.
Okay. So thank you, Councilman Slife. Did you have anything further? That was a good clarification.
No, that's it.
Okay, very much appreciated. Can we call the roll? I do see the list of people that are lined up for comments. Councilman Bashir Jones on the amendment.
No, I just have questions about the legislation, so,
Okay, let me call the roll on the amendment, then I'll put you on the list.
yes, sir.
Okay. If there's no further questions that I can see on the amendment itself, I suppose we need to call a roll. Can I, because I don't know how we would express objection. Could anybody object to this? Could you raise your yellow hand if you object to this? Is there any objection?
Chairman, Mr.
Object
Chairman,
to amendment or legislation?
The amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe part of our COVID order requires a roll call vote, so you're going to have to read the names.
Yeah.
I would move that amendment forward to include public safety and fire in this process.
I mean, we could do it this way, but it's too awkward. It's becoming too awkward. So if we could unmute everybody, and Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll on the amendment only, that that will read like this, and correct me if there's anything that needs to be changed. Each of the sections would read, this chapter may be enforced by the Director of Public Safety, Director of Public Health, or the Commissioner of Environmental Health, and any other officer or employee designated by them to enforce the city's health code. Is that everybody's mutual, or is that all of our understanding? Okay. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Ellie,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Fraticelli,
Yes.
Cleveland,
yes,
Conwell,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Bashir Jones, Joe Jones,
Yes.
Casey,
Yes.
Mooney,
Yes.
Polincic,
Yes.
Slife,
Yes,
Hairston,
Yes.
Zone.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, 15 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, thank you. So the amendment passes, and that will be before us later today. I want to go back to the list, and another co-chair, the co-chair of our Health and Human Services, Councilman Blaine Griffin. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, I have one final point.
Okay, Councilman Griffin, if you would hold on, Councilman Zone, final point.
Just final point. Through the chair to the administration, I received some inquiries about the time that this order will be in place. And the way the legislation reads now, under this civil declaration, the mayor has that authority. People wanted more consistency, and I'm curious as to why the administration didn't want to go to kind of mirror the state indicator alert system. It's simple, it's easily to understand. It's whether it's like poor air quality days or what we're getting ready to fly, and you have this color rating. Was there any thought of tying this to the state indicator alert system? When it hits level 3 or 4, then the mask must be in play. And then at least people will know that it's not in play indefinitely. Can somebody speak to that?
So, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, a lot of thought went into that and whether or not to mirror that. What we are also following, quite honestly, is the directive from the experts, and especially the CDC and other infectious disease guidelines and recommendations, and that is to have a face covering on at all times in public around others when unless, again, we have some of the, I wanted to make sure we hit on this as well, but that is the overall recommendation to make sure that we are mitigating this virus, period. We have watched these numbers go up and down. We know that we're talking to people kind of what the circumstances are by which this disease is being transmitted, and wearing a face covering is critical. And so we don't want to risk the community taking a pass and thinking that, oh, I don't have to wear the face covering because we're doing a little bit better, and then seeing surges again. As things have opened, we've seen people relax on distancing, on mask wearing, on touching surfaces, on going to large events. And so we firmly believe that this is the guidance. This is the guidance from science, from experts, and that is why this is until the mayor's declaration is rescinded.
Expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll just add to what Director said. This is truly a proactive measure. It's a proactive measure because people are moving around our community. We're continuing to see the numbers skyrocket. Last week, we had 3 days of triple digits. The surge that we talked about back in March and April did not occur, but the surge is occurring now. The surge is occurring now because the state and the city have opened back up. And this is a measure, this is a tried and true measure. This is the same measure that was used 100 years ago on the Spanish bird flu that works. And this is the measure that works now. The whole intent of this is proactive, preventive, in effort to encourage compliance. Compliance is what we want. If we have to enforce, we certainly will. But the reason why Chief Williams and the men and women in Cleveland Police Department are passing out masks when they see them is we want to encourage compliance. And we want to do that because we want to level this curve and get back to whatever our new normal is as we get in front of this virus. The virus, as we all know, has continued to mutate. If you all recall early on, the elderly, the most vulnerable, were the ones that were becoming sicker and unfortunately passing away. That has changed. Now it's younger people that are club hopping, just doing what they do, doing what we did when we were that age. And so we need to put the measures in place for their safety and for the safety of our community. This is a proactive preventive measure.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you so much, Chair. And, you know, the message is simple. People either need to mask up or we're going to have to shut down. That's going to be the message, and that's going to be what is going to happen if we don't wear masks, and if we don't make sure that people wear masks, and, you know, the city's going to wind up shutting down. And if those businesses think they had a problem before, I'm not sure many businesses can handle 2 shutdowns. So, you know, this is not just only for health. I know that this is health. And as Health and the Human Services Chair, that is always paramount to me whenever we make any decisions. However, just thinking about it from an economic standpoint, that if this thing continues to spike, then, you know, we're going to wind up shutting down as a city again. I will say that I went to the health department a couple of weeks ago. Kudos again to all of the health department team that's been really working in the trenches with this. And this thing is starting to spike in everybody's neighborhood that I see on this screen. Everybody's neighborhood that's on this screen, this COVID-19 is beginning to spike. So I just want to just make sure that the listening audience knows that this has not gone away. It's not something you just see on TV. And some of the acts that we're seeing in some of the clubs, and especially some of the nightclubs, are egregious. They're absolutely egregious. So we have to, enforce. Now, I do have a couple of questions because, like many of my colleagues, I'm concerned about creating unnecessary confrontations with the police department. And, that has been a concern, and that has been something, to be quite honest with you, while we've been working with the administration and took the time that we did to really make it civil and not criminal, because we don't want to criminalize people through this process. We want to force compliance, as Chief Walker Minor said. But the couple of questions that I have is, what about park gatherings? I went to a park, drove by a park recently, and there were hundreds of people out there, and it was 90-degree weather. From the chair to either Director Lang Henry or Director Gordon, what about issues like that? If we got Luke Easter Park or one of these parks in the city that has hundreds of people congregating, how would that be enforced, or how would you deal with a setting like that?
Director?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman. So this is where we need the community to play a role in this as well. So we have asked that if you see a large gathering like that, you need to call the Mayor's Action Line or Cleveland Police. But we need compliance from everyone. So if it is a large gathering and people are too close to one another, and that these the social distancing and the other violations without wearing masks are taking place, then we need to know and we need to hear. Today and the next 4 or 5 days, I believe temperatures are supposed to be over 80 degrees. It's warm out. We understand that. What we have been very clear about is that if you are walking down the street, or if you are kind of not around others outdoors, we aren't going to stop you. There's no time for that. That isn't what this is all about. This is about mitigating the spread of this virus when it's around other people and people are gathering, and especially at operations. So if there is a large gathering of that nature in a park where people are separate, maybe just families are together, and there are separate units, then that's one thing. If it's just a large mass gathering of however many people you said, that is where the masks need to be worn, and you need to call law enforcement. You need to call the Mayor's Action Line.
I mean, this is a case where, I am my brother's and my sister's keeper. That's where we are, because community spread is what we're experiencing. What we are experiencing is community spread. Let's make no mistake about it. And that's why we have to enforce the compliance. And that's why we work very diligently with partners to gather together about 60,000 face coverings now between multiple partners that we're dispersing throughout the city. CPD is dispersing them because at this point with community spread, I am my brother's and my sister's keeper, because we are all impacted by this virus.
Well, what I'm trying to get to, and I'm trying to understand how this escalates. Do you send out the health department first to try to offer masks and to try to educate people on the mask requirement? And then if they don't comply, deal with the Cleveland Division of Police or whoever the safety director designates? How does this escalate? How do you try to do a community-driven process to try to educate, pass out masks, do those kind of preventative measures before it escalates to a ticket?
Council to the chair,
before anybody answers, if I could ask Councilman Griffin if he would allow a point by Councilman Hairston.
Yes, sir. I will allow that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Director Gordon made a point about enforcement on large gatherings versus individuals who are walking down the street, individuals who are by themselves. And it's nice to hear that from Director Gordon, but I'm interested in Chief Williams' response to that as well, whether that is the same take that the police department is going to have on this exact issue.
Chief?
Yeah, through the council president, through the councilman, our stance again is cooperation in this pandemic to make sure our people understand, the citizens and the businesses out there, how important it is to comply with the mask order and social distancing. Our officers are not going to get into a fight with folks about not wearing a mask. We're going to do our best community engagement, community policing efforts to gain compliance. Now, again, there may be situations where we do issue a citation, but we're going to do our best to make sure that the incident that, or the example that Councilman Griffin gave about, 50 or 100 people in a park and they're all gathered, maybe they're not social distance and they don't have on masks. Our guys will go up to that group and talk to them and distribute masks. Hey, you guys are outside, which is better than being inside in a group of 100, but you still need to put on a mask. There is a state law that governs this. There's a city ordinance that governs it. And we're just trying to gain compliance to make sure our entire community is safe, that you don't catch something from this group and take it back home to your family members and infect. So that's going to be our stance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief. I wanted to be clear if that in fact was the case. And so you clarified the intentions of both the police department, also Director Gordon clarified the intentions of the health department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Griffin, back to the question of escalation.
Yes, and thank you. I just want to stay along that line of questioning because my council colleague asked a very good question. I would tend to not try to legislate to be so strict and put a straitjacket on the administration as they administer this, but I would strongly recommend that a civilian presence go to talk to some of those folks from the health department and others before we send in the police. Let's be honest, there's tensions right now between the police and the public. And we want to be very cautious not to put our police officers in unnecessary situations, nor our public in unnecessary situations, because quite frankly, let's face it, some of the big issues that we've seen on the national stage and the local stage are initial calls for nuisance issues or traffic stops or those kind of small minor citations, and then they escalate to bigger issues. So I'm really trying to understand how is this going to be operationalized, and maybe I don't have to have the answer today, but what I would like is to have a clear line of communication on the steps that we're taking. And let me preface that by saying, are we going to give a warning first before we just start writing tickets? And how does that operate?
Yeah,
Through the chair.
Council President, to the councilman, and I'll let the director jump in here also. Again, our main goal is compliance with both the ordinance that's being presented and with what the state has already done. Our stance is not to force people to do things in an authoritarian way, but to gain compliance for the good of our entire community. And your point about maybe civilians interacting before law enforcement, that point is well taken. I know a lot of the respective council persons have either safety aides or community liaison persons. If you're willing to make those folks available to kind of triage some of those incidents as they come up before law enforcement responds, we're all for that. Or any other city partner out there. I know our CDCs have safety personnel that kind of look at quality of life issues within your respective wards and within their areas of responsibility. So if there's a way that we can get all of those safety folks on board to be able to look at some of these things as they come in, triage them and send the things to the Division of Police that we need to respond to, and maybe the other things those community folk can actually respond to and have a better outcome than sending a uniformed officer. We're all for that, yes.
So do we have a clear line of escalation of like warning, then enforcement, et cetera? Do we have that, or is that something that is still in development, is going to be an operational item? and that we don't need to think about.
Through the council president to the councilman, again, we're drafting our divisional notice, and we started the draft. And then when this process started with the city ordinance, we kind of held up the draft to wait on the ordinance itself so that we're in line with both the state and the city ordinance. We will have specific instructions on our officers. We have a de-escalation policy already in place that talks about, talking to people before action is taken. So we'll go along those lines with our divisional notice to make sure our officers understand, this isn't about enforcement. This is about gaining community compliance.
So one of the things that I thought that the city did that was very innovative and unique, and I know Chief Walker Minor worked closely with Director Gordon to implement, is that we had hordes of city employees that were going door to door to educate people on the coronavirus. And I'm not sure, I know that we've slightly opened back up and some of these folks are back at work, or some of them may still be on a reduced schedule, but they're still pulling a paycheck. And if I recall my old days, there's a line that says other duties as assigned. Which means that's an opportunity for a director or anybody to assign any activities to employees as long as you're not violating their union contract. And I would tend to advise and ask the administration to seriously consider providing a force multiplier with the health department to really try to do a large scale mass outreach and educational messaging plan. And yes, I am willing to join whoever does that, Chief, in order to do that. But, we do have a city force that we should be really working with to try to deploy that can engage. Now, we're not going to go out there and have them force it, but I think the community will accept it better if you have non-uniform officers giving education materials, passing out masks, making people aware of why we're doing this. So that's just my thoughts, and I hope that that can be considered. And I don't see, and I don't know if we need an amendment for this, but I don't see where a warning is the first step. And in looking at Akron, my sister Tara Samples, the councilwoman in Akron, we have been talking very close over the last 2 weeks because she's been crafting this in Akron. Akron passed theirs yesterday, and I commend her for that. But she was very intentional about making sure that there were warnings and incentives like passing out masks before it even escalated to a violation. Do we have any of those activities in place before we move to a violation?
Chief or Director Lang?
If I may, Councilman through the chair, we have, again, as Chief Williams stated, protocol is going to be put out to our partners and our public safety personnel. We wanted to wait until this legislation came to council, but I think that it is very important to recognize this, is that, and Director Lang Henry touched on, and we touched on it a few times, is that there was a criminal mechanism, second-degree misdemeanor. In good faith, we are presenting this legislation. We are presenting this legislation as a means of partnership and collaboration with the community. When we talk about mass gatherings, barbecues, cookouts in the park, someone's bringing chips, someone's bringing the beverages, someone's bringing the hot dogs, someone should bring the mask. We encourage people to take responsibility to protect themselves and their loved ones by providing masks at these mass gatherings so that the city does not have to come out. And Chief Williams, he touched on this, is that we are going to have masks to provide. I think that the tone of discussion amongst all of my colleagues has been that the protocol will be, providing a warning, offering the mask, and hoping that folks comply. We do not want to issue any citations. There is no goal or intent here for citations to be the primary. There was no goal or motivation for it to be criminal. We are asking individuals to take responsibility for themselves, and we're putting a lot of onus on the businesses where mass gatherings and social distancing is difficult to require masks of patrons. Like I said earlier, I've been downtown at restaurants and other locations around greater Cleveland, and that is being done. We've seen people being proactive by posting COVID occupancy levels before we even shared that that's what we were looking for. The governor's order has been instructive. I believe that this legislation is instructive, and we believe that that there will be positive discretion amongst officers with the instructions given from public safety and from Chief Williams and from the Department of Health and from law, that extending the olive branch, so to speak, in the form of a mask and asking folks to put those on is our goal.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I would ask, if I could, and I would ask my colleagues, I think that it's imperative for this body, as my colleague Councilman Zone said earlier, we are the barometer for the public, and there's still a lot of uncertainty, and just with even COVID-19 and this issue in itself, I would ask if we would consider to put in our legislation a clause that states that we offer a warning first before we move into just writing tickets. Because I think we should at least give, have it codified or at least be clear as this council. And I think that's important for, the message we're trying to send to the public, that this is not about being punitive, but more about being in compliance. And I'm not sure if that's something that everybody has the appetite for, but I think that is critical for us to try to put it in this ordinance.
Chairman, if I could just say one quick thing. So,
just a second, please.
Sorry.
I think we've heard repeatedly that that the warning mechanism is going to be a part of any enforcement. My only question that I would put to, I believe Assistant Director Armstrong is staffing this meeting as our attorney for this, is whether this is something that should be part of the legislation, or is that as administered, is that as a code is enforced? So I would just want to get your opinion on whether this is something that we should prescribe legislatively, or this is something that generally comes as part of the enforcement of whatever Rules Council votes on.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Council President, I'm not sure. I would probably defer to the Chief Williams on regular, and the Director Gordon probably, and Director of Public Safety, but whether warnings. I don't think our codes, looking in our criminal codes as they're written, they don't. If something's a misdemeanor, it doesn't say there's a warning first, from what from when I've read them. So I don't know that if we could add it to that, but I don't know that we need to. I think there could be a policy from the police and from the health department that they would give a warning first.
On that point, Mr. Chair, on that point, and I would defer to the administration, but on that point, this is not criminal, it's civil. And that's my point exactly. Because this is civil, we should treat it as how we're trying to push people to compliance and not criminal. So that's my point.
Okay.
Through the chair, I think that by legislating a warning would create a burden on the exercise of the discretion of law enforcement officers and with the legislation. While I have talked about businesses that I'm very appreciative, that we are all very appreciative that they have been in compliance, we have also had some businesses that are from night to night are flagrantly in violation of any guidance with COVID, and to complicate that interaction with those who, it may be a different officer talking to a different manager of this same business, or same people, or group of people, creates an extremely burdensome issue with doing this. And I'll give a brief example, is that, if an officer pulls someone over for a traffic stop, now, a traffic it's traffic, it's under the criminal code, but it's still traffic. An officer has the discretion to give a warning and to allow the person to go. Now, when that person gets pulled over again, if the appropriate notes aren't taken, that person may, a second warning. There are so many unforeseen complications by legislating that, when we can do that through instructions through Chief Williams, through the Department of Health, and so forth.
So if I can make a suggestion,
if I could.
Chief,
Now, just real quick, again, I have a draft order right now that we drafted about 4 days ago, in anticipation of, what the governor put out, and then we held it up again because of what this body is doing. And the last sentence of this order is, members will take an education first, voluntary compliance approach and will not immediately be taking enforcement action for those who fail to comply with this mandate. Now, we put this in here 4 days ago. So, again, our stance is voluntary compliance, giving warnings, making sure people have a mask and people understand the importance of wearing that mask first.
And Council President, I defer, and I would just share this in just the comments that I've received in a short time that we've had this discussion. There is a huge appetite for a warning to be legislated. And I would tell you that the listening public, as well as many of the colleagues, I have the utmost confidence in the chief. I definitely have the utmost confidence in the administration and the safety director. I just think that it will do all of us good to clearly communicate and legislate that our first step would be a warning. Now, I understand that we want to make sure law enforcement has the flexibility, but I also know that when you put clear guidelines in place of how we are going to operate and how we're going to put this in place, then it creates less ambiguity and less businesses and less people feeling like they're targeted. So I just want to, put that out there, Council President. I would just tell you that I think that there's a huge appetite for a warning to be added to this legislation. And I have one question and I'll close, Mr. President.
Can I allow a point by Councilman Hairston? Councilman Griffin, will you?
He has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Griffin that, to take out any uncertainty, any confusion, any ambiguity, you have to say that slow. Having all the faith and confidence in our police department and our men and women in blue, but having that a part of the legislation makes it real, right? Not saying that it isn't real from a directive from the department, but having that a part of the legislation is absolutely unequivocally important to have, and I wholeheartedly support. And that is an amendment from Councilman Griffin. I second that amendment.
Councilman Griffin, do you have anything further?
Only other thing that I would say, and just in closing, because I know I've had too much time already, Council President, I appreciate it, is that Columbus, thank you, Councilmember Slife, as well as Dayton, as well as Akron, and some of the other cities that have implemented mask policies have it clearly legislated in their legislation that a warning is the first step. And that's why I really think that it's critical as we're communicating with the public that we will take that first step. And the only other thing, and I'll let it go from here, is the people that we have MOUs with, Chief, are we making sure that RTA, Cleveland Clinic Police, University Circle Police, all these other folks, what are their enforcement authorities on this? And Council President, I turn over the floor after that.
Okay, if we can answer that,
I believe.
we can answer that, then I want to take a vote on the amendment.
On that point, Chairman.
Councilman Jones, very briefly on this point, we have 3 hours before our Zoom stuff runs out, but please, Councilman Jones.
The issue is trying to really understand how the warning is. The police officer is going to go up and warn the people and say, hey, we see you again, or is this going to be something like a mass communications as a part of our government here in the city of Cleveland to its citizens? So I don't know if we're going to do that via way of robocalls or if we're going to put a mass mailer out, but this is a very serious issue, So just wanted to know from there, Mr. Chairman, how this is going to be done.
Okay, if we could, let me get through the legislation first before we get to the community education piece. I want Councilman Griffin's question answered in terms of what about the other recognized police departments? What are their obligations under this, if any, quite frankly? And what communication are happening? Then I want to take a vote, and then we've got people that want to have questions, and we are at 11:31. So on the question of MOUs and other police departments within the city.
Yeah, Mr. Council President, to the councilman's question, right now, we haven't had any communication with these other agencies. Again, we were waiting to finalize what he was going to do before we reach out to them. As you know, we have MOUs with all those entities, and in order to mandate that they do anything, we have to basically amend an MOU, which takes time. What my plan is to reach out to the head of all those agencies to inform them of what the posture is going forward and to ask again for their compliance along with what we're doing here in the city of Cleveland.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the ordinance right now, trying to find out where we would put the amendment, because I want to read it clearly. Councilman Griffin, do you have the sections up right now?
I don't have the section in front of me, but what I would believe is it will be in the penalty phase, and it will be for a first violation, a warning of violation shall be issued. And I think that is there's a section that I don't have in front of me right now that is penalty phase. I don't know if Director Lang Henry or somebody.
Director Lang Henry, do you have any?
Yeah, my recommendation would be section 602.03, which is the enforcement provision for masks.
Okay. And it would read, Councilman, would you read your amendment, and then I will consider Councilman Harrison's a second, and then I'm going to call the roll.
Sure. I would like it to state that, and specifically for a first step, for a first violation, a warning of violation shall be issued. That's simple as that, before we go into the ticketing phase or anything else.
Okay, so if we could make that amendment before the council meeting that will take place after this meeting, it would be appreciated. Madam Clerk, will you please unmute everybody and call the roll on the amendment only, as suggested by Councilman Griffin and seconded by Councilman Harrison?
President, may I just interject before we do that? Just an important point.
How important is it?
It's very important.
All right, please.
Just from the concept of, if we're talking about warnings, and I think that's important to separate the legislation into its approach to businesses and citizens, is that by the time an official comes to a business, for hours, we won't know how long exposure may have been. And if we are, going to warn a business, the COVID exists. The publicity that surrounds it serves as a warning. We need businesses to be responsible for their patrons. And if it's waiting for a warning to happen for businesses in particular, we may have already had so many people exposed to this. I think that there is value in the education that the city has been doing proactively with businesses, and that it is the onus is on the city and on council and on the community to inform all of these folks of this legislation. While I understand and appreciate the warnings for individuals, I think businesses we have to take a different approach to businesses because of the severity of potential exposure that could occur even prior to any.
Let me ask the sponsor of the amendment and the gentleman who seconded. Councilman Griffin, do you have comments on that? And then Councilman Harrison.
I can support that because I do understand the urgency with the businesses, but with definitely individuals, I think that we need to make sure we have warnings first.
Thank you. Councilman Harrison?
That's fine. We'll support it.
Okay. So the amendment will then read, Director Lang Henry, so for the enforcement phase, it'll be for masks for individuals. Is that everybody on the same page?
That would be section 60203.
Okay. Now, if we could unmute everybody and call the roll on the amendment as it was just clarified.
Kelly,
Yes.
Bishop,
Yes.
Mercatelli,
Yes.
Cleveland, Conwell,
Yes.
Conwell,
Yes, Conwell. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it won't come on.
Griffin,
Yes.
Hairston,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Usher Jones,
Yes.
Joe Jones,
Yes.
Casey,
No.
Mooney,
Yes.
Valencic,
Could you unmute Councilman Plancic?
No,
Valencic,
no, no,
Slife,
Yes.
Zone.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you. So the amendment carries. Thank you, Councilman Griffin. Thank you, Councilman Hairston, for that clarification and the amendment will carry.
And thank you to my colleagues, Council President. And I do want to thank you to Masks for Community, because they've been working closely with me to make sure with Chanel Wiggum Smith to get masks out too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to now go back to our list of questions. I've been notified by the clerk. We have 3 hours. We're on pace, but just kind of keep an eye on the clock as we move forward. Councilman Mike Polensek.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. To my honorable colleagues and to the administration, first of all, I want to thank the governor and the mayor and the administration for the actions that they have taken up to this point, because obviously no one had foreseen the overall impact of COVID-19 on our state and our community. So I appreciate. That being said, I have questions and I have concerns. The legislation that is in front of us today, from the standpoint of state action and county action, how does this differ? To whoever from the administration would care to answer.
Director Lang Henry, do you want to answer that?
As far as the state, the regulations for when you wear a mask and what the exceptions are on the mask portion only are the same. The enforcement is different. Under the state, it is a second-degree misdemeanor. Here, it's a civil offense. As for the county currently does not have any kind of provision. They tabled their provision and they're following the state order.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, and again, I appreciate that explanation. Mr. Chairman, to my honorable colleagues and to the administration, obviously, we all know that the severity of the problem, we know how it's impacted our community. We've heard today from Director Howard, there are 9,000 cases in Cuyahoga County, and a third of those are in the city of Cleveland. Here's part of my issue, my concerns. I couldn't tell you as I sit here in City Council how many people in my ward have been affected, who have tested positive. I don't know if anyone has perished as a result of COVID-19, and I don't know who's recovered, because for some reason it seems to be a top secret. I'm going down a path where, as it pertains to communications, there needs to be better communications with members of council as it pertains to our individual wards. And today was the first time I heard, again, as it pertains to distribution of masks in our community. So again, I want to stress to the administration, communication is critical in this whole process about letting us know where we can obtain masks, how they're being distributed in our community, et cetera. And as I've indicated to Director Gordon, I'm greatly concerned as well about the lack of testing on the east side of the city of Cleveland. I'm very much concerned about that. So I hope as we go down this path that we continue to work towards seeing more effective and efficient testing in the East Side neighborhoods. Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, this summer has been a rough summer. More complaints than I've ever received, more emails, and I'm having a very difficult time with the city of Cleveland, with the CPD, just enforcing the basic laws that we have on the books, whether it be fireworks, illegal dirt bikes, quality of life issues, our nuisance legislation, which was passed by this body, which is not being enforced by the safety department. And I'm going to have hopefully at some point, a discussion with the new director of public safety, Kerry Howard, is how to improve that process. But I'm basing that off of the phone calls that I'm getting and the emails into my office. Great concerns from residents about quality of life and lack of enforcement. So I want to dovetail on what Councilman Zone had said earlier. My fear of this is that we cannot, and I've learned that over the years in this body, we can't legislate common sense. We can't legislate personal hygiene or manners or decency. We can't do that. So my fear is with this piece that the burden, and again, the chairman of public safety touched on this, that the burden of this is going to fall upon the Cleveland Police Department. And again, I want them out there doing what needs to be done to stabilize our neighborhoods, to address the issues that I'm confronted with. I see the potential for conflict between CPD, especially younger people. So I want to lay that out on the table. I also have a question as it pertains to on page with regards to establishments and businesses, the 3,000 and the excuse me, the $3,000 to $5,000 violation notices. Explain to me a little bit broader as it pertains to an establishment that has a liquor license. What happens on the third violation, if there happens to be a third violation, to whoever, law director, whoever?
May I, Councilman, through the chair?
Yeah.
First, with regard to the liquor license, that's the state. There does not even have to be a first infraction for the state to walk into an establishment, see a violation, and pull the liquor license. That is the state of Ohio, not the city of Cleveland.
Pardon me, is that under the governor's order, or is that just what your read is of it?
No, that's under that's and Director Langhammer can correct me, but I believe that's under the authority of the state liquor control itself. But with regard to the 3,000 and 5,000, I'll let Director Langhammer clarify any point things you clarify with regard to liquor license. But with regard to the $3,000 and $5,000 warning, there's the 3,000 for the first one, and if it's the same establishment, it's 5,000 for each offense after that.
Okay. It has no impact on our liquor license at all.
No.
Okay.
So
So
the authority with regard to liquor license is solely state.
okay. Mr. Chairman and my honorable colleagues, I just received a text a little moment ago from Coach Greg Wheeler of the Collinwood football team with regard to the forced wearing of masks. He's indicating that on city property, that they're being informed that they must wear a mask with regard to the legislation that's being submitted, and that they cannot wear a mask when they're playing football due to breathing issues. Would someone care to explain that to me?
Councilman through the chair, while engaging in exercise or other exacerbating fitness activity, a mask is not required.
So even on city property?
Director Langhammer?
No, the ordinance itself, one of the exceptions to the council member is the individual is actively participating in athletic practice, scrimmage, or competition that is permitted under a separate Ohio Department of Health order. And I guess I'd have to look at that Department of Health order regarding how that practice is going forward. And when you talk about on city property, there's no carve out in this ordinance for city property.
Well, again, he's indicating in his text to me that they're being told any of the football teams that play on city property must wear a mask. And football fields, Collinwood Football Stadium is owned by the city of Cleveland. So I just think there needs to be some clarification, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, with the Department of Public Works, the Division of Recreation, so that gets clarified, like right now.
Councilman through the chair, I want to say that that's the whole point of the legislation. The point of the legislation is to make it easily understandable, easily enforceable, and once being passed, easily communicated to all the department-wide, city-wide, as a point of clarification as to what the exceptions are, under what circumstances folks are expected to wear masks, to lay out everything with regard to the businesses. The goal, as my colleagues have stated earlier, this legislation was very surgical, very strategic, and intended to be simplified, very simple for all involved in understanding, and to minimize any potential for conflict.
Okay, well, and I appreciate that response. Unfortunately, I see that possibility, that strong possibility taking place. Again, most of the businesses that I've entered in my own community, they have mask requirements posted on their doors. I would hope there'd be some uniformity, maybe where the health department could put out a uniform or supply a uniform sign that they can post on their businesses, so it's not handwritten. That would be very helpful, because a lot of these places are just mom and pop type businesses. So I think, again, communications, engagement, but I have great concerns about the burden, a great burden being put on the Cleveland Police Department when they have far more pressing issues that they have to contend with in our neighborhoods today. And many of my residents feel that are not being contended with. So I'll leave it at that point, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion on this piece, and then I'll be voting accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Charles Slife.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. It was referenced earlier that if this is to pass, if there's a complaint about any individual establishment, that's best directed to the Mayor's Action Center. Could the administration outline its plan for advertising that tactic of calling the Mayor's Action Center?
Thank you.
People I find often aren't aware of the Mayor's Action Center. So how are we making sure people know 664-2900?
We will work with the councilman through the chair. We will work with the chief of communications to make sure that it is shared with the public. We will continue to have town halls as we have been. We will make sure that take steps necessary to advertise this most important and serious issue, and the Mayor's Action Line is a resource for citizens to call in.
Thank you, Director. And that would be incredibly important to me, because many of the calls that I've received about this do relate to what's been touched on of public safety forces responding to these incidents. And I've actually heard from individual police officers with concerns that if someone does call 911 because a neighbor's walking down the street and I don't like that they're not wearing a mask. I see Director Gordon shaking her head, but Director Howard, if a call comes into dispatch through 911, are CPD officers obligated to respond? Can they declare any individual 911 call to be something they would not respond to?
Councilman through the chair, I think with all the calls that come into 911, it's definitely prioritized. Mm-hmm. We do not encourage citizens to call 911 in relation to this. We do encourage the use of the Mayor's Action Line, but we also do not encourage citizens to call the authorities if 1-2 people are walking down the street without masks. I will also say this, and we've kind of continuously echoed this, that it's a community approach, it's collaboration and a partnership that we accomplish this in. The framework of City Council into wards gives us a great opportunity to partner with all of you as well, and echoing out into the various communities I think that most of you know me very well, know that I'm very engaged. Chief Williams is very engaged. We are very engaged with the public. And if there is an opportunity that you have for us to engage with citizens, or information that we can get directly to you to send on to your constituents, we welcome that as well. And again, this is not to be punitive. This is not to criminalize basic living. There has been significant media with regard to COVID. There's been cases, and I have to bring this up. I think it'd be negligent if I didn't. Cases around the country where folks have gone to barbecues, posted on social media that they've been sick and that they regretted going, and then they passed away shortly after that posting. This is how serious this is. And it's not a singular isolated event. It happened in California, it's happened in Columbus, all around the country. But I echo the fact that this is something that everyone, every citizen of Cleveland, every business has to be engaged in to flatten this curve.
Sure, and thank you, and through the chair to the director, any ability that I know, speaking as myself, but I'm sure many of my colleagues would be very eager to help disseminate that information. You know, I've come to the realization that when people are in a moment of crisis or confusion and aren't quite sure where to go, they often do dial 911. And I have concerns that we are could be creating a climate in which police officers who are already trying to triage different calls, who are already trying to get to the most urgent crisis as soon as they can, will only be stretched even thinner. And then not only by the time they would get to a call to find issues no longer there, but somewhere in the middle of that are all the quality of life issues that many of my colleagues have referenced, and an inability to make people feel like the police department is responding quickly, when the truth is that they're trying to respond as quickly as they can, and they're just so overburdened. Moving on from there, I've highlighted a couple words that people have said throughout this. One of them was from Director Gordon, saying that the health department is eager to provide guidance. We've been talking about the intention of this legislation versus kind of the impact of this legislation. And I'll tell you, I received the same emails that I'm sure many of my colleagues received from people who are just opposed to masks on principle. Prior to this becoming countywide, I even received notification that people would take their business out of Cleveland, so as to avoid having to wear a face mask. I think that is a short-sighted effort that only cripples our businesses even more when they're trying. Within section 236 of the code, which Director Howard referenced earlier, Mr. Chair, I do have a discomfort with the amount of the fines that are being proposed for businesses. It's $3,000 for the first offense and $5,000 for the second offense. And I'm curious to whomever in the administration could respond, where did those numbers come from? Why those specific figures?
Councilman, through the chair, those figures are, again, we hope not to issue any citations. We have to make it worthwhile for business owners to comply. Those figures are taken in consideration of how serious the issue is, and that it sounds off loud enough to encourage, compliance. If we didn't have to do this legislation, that would be great. If we were not at a level 3, that would be fantastic. But we are here because there are folks, businesses and citizens who are not taking this seriously. So it warrants a serious response. And again, while we could follow the mechanism of criminal, the civil response is a flag being waved, a flag of cooperation being waved. And these figures are significant enough and mild enough to kind of, I think reach a compromise of how serious it is. The amount of 3,000 and 5,000, I imagine it's not a large amount of potential fine for someone who has already contracted or lost someone to COVID. I think that it's significant enough to catch people's attention, which is what we need.
Sure. So I want to be clear that I'm very supportive of the spirit of this legislation, and I think that by and large most people can wear a mask. And a lot of the arguments out there, kind of in the zeitgeist, about why masks are problematic or deprive you of oxygen. I'm not buying any of that. I think that by and large, people can wear masks, and this is something that we can do. But I also I appreciate that our businesses throughout our neighborhoods are operating in a time of uncertainty. They're operating at significant losses. They've had to incur pretty significant costs in order to install equipment to keep their employees safe. They've had to do training. We're limiting their occupancy. And, you know, I've heard this very things that people have said of why we need these masks, they're supportive of masks because they don't want to close again, because for some, closing again might not allow for a reopening. But with the spirit of this legislation being compliance and assistance and guidance and all these things, I think the letter of it is kind of severe. I think $3,000 or $5,000 for a business that's struggling, a small business, a business that, you know, might only be a few years old and not even operating in the black yet. That's a lot of money. And I just point out to my colleagues that Columbus for businesses has a first offense is a warning, second offense is $500, third offense is $1,000. And for Akron, fines for businesses are $250. So I have a strong discomfort with this legislation, just with these amounts in this process. I don't think that it sends a good message to our business partners that we are supporting them and trying to help them. And quite frankly, I really fear us compounding, their financial issues when we're a municipality that's so reliant on income tax. So, Mr. Chair, I really would prefer that this legislation is amended and that those amounts are lowered, preferably in line with what the city of Columbus has legislated just a few weeks ago to 500 and 1,000 rather than 3,000 and 5,000.
Thank you. Councilman, would you make the amendment?
Yes, I would. I believe it's section 236.05. I know that there was talk earlier about people not being comfortable with warnings, but my amendment would be that the first step would be a warning and guidance. Second step would be 500, and third would be 1,000.
May I just interject, Council President? I think that what I've learned here and what my gut is telling me is that I think that there's work to be done on this legislation. I think that if we're going to seek further amendment, I think that we should engage in more conversation with council and look at what other municipalities are doing and pull the legislation at this time so we can bring something more presentable and more collaboratively drafted to council. So with that in mind, as Director of Public Safety, I would have to ask that we be allowed to re-engage with this legislation, bring it back to council, after discussions both with yourselves, businesses, and look at other jurisdictions, and that we pull the legislation from consideration.
I'm not inclined to do that at this point. We've come a long way, and this is something that's before us now. I think that the amendment is something that that appears reasonable. The only thing I would ask the Councilman Slife is that I would like it to be that I would support the amendment, but I want to just just decide whether we do want that warning for businesses for the reasons that the director specified before. But I have no problems lowering the fine, because I agree with you that I think that a lot of our establishments are already struggling, and we don't want to, for lack of a better term, put a dagger in or put a nail in the coffin to a struggling business. So what are your thoughts on that, Councilman Slife?
Will the council be able to discuss the amendment?
Yes, Councilman Slife?
My preference is for that warning mechanism, just simply because what I've heard from businesses is we're trying to be compliant. We've done all of these things, and our fear is that we're misunderstanding something, and then all of this appears punitive, and we're trying to say that this isn't a punitive step, but it's written to be punitive. We're here today to create the punishment. So to me, having the warning allows for that conversation to take place, and then it can move forward from there. However, I am happy to hear feedback from my colleaagues.
Okay, so yes, please.
Yeah, Council President, to the Councilman Slight, the legislation already has the issuance of a verbal warning before any violation takes place. The numbers for the actual violation, as Director Howard stated, I think are in line with the seriousness of what we're dealing with. For example, there are a few locations in the city over the last week and a half that we visited at night that had in excess of 500-600 people packed into them at $20 a head that they charge folks to go to these different locations. So a $500 fine to that business is a drop in the bucket. And these are locations that continue to violate the mask gatherings as well as the mask mandate itself. So, this isn't meant to be punitive towards businesses that are trying to comply. This is meant to give a message to those that we see that continue to violate, the orders that are put before them by the state and what this council is trying to do, that we're serious about this. And that basically that location with 500, 600, 700 people, they probably, infected probably 50 or 60 people just that one night alone. And they've done that several nights. And there are multiple locations throughout the city that are engaged in that type of activity. So to lower this fine to $500 to $1,000 is basically a drop in the bucket. And then it causes more consternation, more problems on the enforcement side when you send our teams to really enforce it, because they know they're only going to get $1,000 fine. So it causes an issue for us in trying to clear the place out to a capacity that's within guidelines, because people are going to balk at it.
Thank you, Chief Williams. Director Gordon, separate from this legislation, to what degree can the health department come in and close a business that is flagrantly in violation of state orders or its occupancy limits?
So, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, so the Director of Health can declare a public nuisance. And with that, there are some authorities that come with it. Now, we do need, I believe the court is involved. Barbara, can you kind of give us a little bit more of the details on that, so it can't be at that precise moment in time? So letters are issued and a warning is given, and but there's a process that does require the court to come in to allow us to actually shut a facility down.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would contend that the option for a more severe avenue already exists. If the purpose of this legislation is to create enforcement without being overly burdensome on the vast majority of businesses that wouldn't really fall into that flagrant violation category, I'd prefer that this legislation be tailored towards them, and that we use other aspects of the law to address those where it might be more applicable.
What I'm going to recommend is that I'm going to seek a second for the amendment of discussion. And what I would suggest that if there are examples like the chief mentioned, give us those examples, give us those cases, and we can amend this to increase the number if it turns out that it's not, it's not severe enough. But let me start with a second for the amendment. Somebody could.
Chairman?
Councilman?
Yes, I would second that motion. And just on that point, I would respectively disagree with Safety Director Howard. We do have the right to work with the state on objecting to a liquor license, and we do have control over that. So we do have options available to us, and we can take court action on someone's liquor license. So yes, I would do a second on lowering those fees.
Thank you. For discussion purposes, Councilman Joe Jones.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Slight, as it relates to him doing the research and looking at what other cities are doing in terms of their laws. I understand the argument. The argument is important as it relates to the economy of these businesses and how these fines would impact them. I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, to my colleague, if he would change those figures, maybe something like $500 or maybe $1,000 and then 5,000 after the third offense, or somewhere where it's $1,000 for the first offense and maybe 3,000 for the second offense and 5,000 for the third offense. But I just would remind our colleagues, many of you know where I'm at on this issue. It's a serious scenario, and we are unfortunately left on our own as a state and as a city without any federal guidance. So I would just suggest, Mr. Chairman, I would be in support of an increase. As the amendment stands right now, I cannot support it. If the amendment is changed and we're looking at something that is a little bit more punitive as relates to these situations, I mean, we're all grown people here. This is an epidemic, a pandemic rather, and it is threatening everything that we cherish as our families and our loved ones. And so we cannot take this lightly, and we cannot skirt on these issues. And I just see this as being, the number 1, 2, 3 threat on planet Earth right now. And so I would suggest to my colleagues, if you raise the fees, I would be in support. But as of right now, I'm not in support of the lowered fees at what he's suggesting right now. I love my colleague's life, but at the end of the day, this is serious.
And Council President, if I could, just one quick point on the other measures. Council President?
I'm finished, Mr. Chairman.
I think you stepped away for a second.
So as the vice chair of the committee, I'll step in. So Mr. Slife, you have the floor.
Well, I point of clarification, there was a motion and then a second, so I'm not sure what the procedure would be.
So the motion on the floor was to lower the fee and have a warning system. Any more comment? It's been motioned and second. Any more comment on the motion? And I'm going to hold off on the moving forward on this until the council president gets back. Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland.
Thank you, Vice Chair Zone. Just a couple of things with respect to the amendment. Well, just a couple of comments. Initially, I want to say that the governor's order is already punitive because it is a criminal law, and if somebody were cited and found guilty under this under the governor's order, that's a misdemeanor too. So it's already punitive. And I think our purpose is to make that less punitive. And I think by doing what we're doing and making this a civil offense instead of a criminal offense, we're making it less punitive than it would be if we did nothing. Second point is that I think the health director has already stated that, she could come in and shut a business down if they're violating, if they're creating a nuisance, a health nuisance. And I think, again, the fire department can do the same thing. So we do have multiple tools that can be used in the case of some business that's violating the mask ordinance. And then I'm inclined to agree with my colleague, Councilman Jones. I think we don't need to have a $3,000 as the initial monetary fine, but higher than $500. And again, we're looking at, we've got a system of warnings, and that can probably, and up to the officers or the employee's discretion, how that warning works. But if you get to the point where people are just going to repeatedly, businesses are going to repeatedly violate the mask ordinance or not enforce it, then, there needs to be some teeth in that. And even with smaller businesses, if you know that, your situation and you can't afford $1,000 fine or being hit with multiple fines is going to impact whether you stay open or not, then you're going to be inclined to comply. So I'm actually, I could agree with Councilman Jones's suggestion to increase the penalties, you know, so they're still lower than what's in the initial order, but something that has a little more teeth and a little more deterrent effect.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cleveland. I know Safety Director Howard wants to make a response. I have Councilman Bashir Jones and Councilman Kevin Cow on the list, but I'm going to go to Safety Director Howard and then Chief Williams to just respond to the question that's on the floor. Safety Director Howard.
So I want to correct something that I believe I said earlier, and Director Lang Henry can further correct me if need be. But I believe that there's a warning for businesses here already. And I'll let Director Lang Henry touch on that. But so I guess what I'm saying is that there is a warning that will be issued to the businesses. So if we get to the point of citation, then we are already at the point of violation. And the sanction needs to be serious enough to get the attention of everyone. While there's businesses that may be having financial issues, and we want those businesses to stay open, we want them to be patronized, compliance leads to no citation. So the $3,000 as written does not become an issue until after a warning is violated, on top of all the publicity that is already there for with surrounding COVID. I guess at this point is that I would just urge council to, with the amendments that have been made thus far.
Safety Director Howard, we get your point. It's a good point. I want to hear from Chief Williams and then we'll go to Director Lang Henry. Chief Williams.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, to the body, just 2 points. One, I want to echo Director Howard's comment about the fee structure, the fine structure is really to gain compliance, not to actually collect that money. It's really to make sure people understand the seriousness of this and what it's doing to our community, and to have them in compliance. And all the things we're doing now, I think all the things we'll do going forward after the legislation is passed, will give ample opportunity for any business in the city that wants to be in compliance to actually be in compliance. One point on the alternative measures through the legal system that we have to close places down, those measures take time. And while we're actually going to court, while we're petitioning the State Liquor Commission and other bodies to close people down and issue sanctions, dozens of people are contracting and passing along this virus. That place that I mentioned that had 500-600 people, I can bet that contributed to our triple-digit numbers days after or week after. So while we seek those legal remedies in court and through the state itself, dozens and dozens of people are being infected and are transmitting that virus throughout our community.
Thank you, Chief. Director Lang Henry, then we're going to go to Councilman Bashir Jones.
Okay, I just want to point out that there's 2 provisions in this proposed ordinance that go to businesses. One is the new chapter 236, which is requirements to implement the Dine Safe Ohio order. And the enforcement provision provides that any person who violates the subdivisions contained in that section shall be issued a verbal warning, and if the violation continues after a reasonable time to take corrective measures, the person shall be subject to a civil penalty of $3,000 for the first offense and a civil penalty of $5,000 for a subsequent offense. The other section that goes to businesses is sanitization after a positive employee, and that's in 23803. That does not contain a warning. It just says any person who violates Division B shall be subject to a civil penalty of $3,000 for each offense, just to clarify what we're talking about.
No, thank you for that clarification. All right, so the conversation that we're having now is on the motion. It's been motioned and seconded. We're discussing the merits of the motion. Councilman Bashir Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. As I've been traveling around the city, I guess my biggest concern, I heard Chief Williams talk about as far as the policing side of it. It will be concerning if we find out during this process that more places that have these fines and things of that matter are in on the east side of Cleveland, or we find that these fines are coming even on the west side, in places where you have, or all of Cleveland, right, has some sense of poverty. So the policing side of it, I mean, I was driving through Little Italy, Councilman, and it was a big party over there. And I just wondered to myself, what type of fines is going to happen over here, So, I mean, all I'm asking, Chair, I agree. I do agree with Chairman Griffin and Councilman Jones in the sense that, slapping on the wrist, is gonna it may not bring about what we want, but for some businesses, $1,000 during this time can be a lot during this time. For some businesses, those fines that Councilman Slife brought up might be enough to push people to do the right thing. So I'm still out to lunch in that regard, but we do have to take this serious. And in my neighborhood and other neighborhoods, we're finding big block parties taking place and no masks. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, we can do what we're going to do. But at the end of the day, our community has to say we're going to do better. I mean, individuals have to make a decision. And unfortunately, it has to take someone losing their life in their family and their fathers or mothers and uncles and aunties in order for them to follow not just the law. It's unfortunate we have to turn this into a law in order for people to do what's best for them, their own selves. So I'm really concerned about how we're dealing with the homeless population. I'm concerned with how we're going to deal with marginalized communities. And I appreciated what I heard from Chief Williams in regards to passing out masks to people. And I think this is a good thing. My question, Chair, even the fines that we're doing, the fines for businesses, the fines for individuals, where will this, I don't know if chair to the administration, where would this money go? Is this going to go to a special fund that can go towards education, a special fund that's going to go towards, where will this money go? Will it just go into the black hole? Where will it go?
So Chief Walker Minor or Director Gordon or Director Lang Henry, can you respond, please?
As it stands now, it would just go into the general fund.
Councilman Jones.
Chairman Zone, is it possible to that these fines or these money that's coming in, is it possible that it can be directed to more social services programs?
Director Lang Henry, I know the legislation doesn't specifically delineate the use of those funds. Typically, just in my involvement, whenever the police write any violations and it goes through the court system, that goes just back into the general fund, and then we allocate, a sum of money annually to the general fund. But I think the question our colleague is asking for, is there an opportunity to track more carefully the funds that potentially would be collected as a result of this new law that would come into place, and then use those resources accordingly the way the councilman suggested?
And certainly, the amounts that would come in can be tracked. I mean, we would know what we bring in and what that amount is. And it would, I mean, as general fund money, it's appropriated by the council.
So to my colleague, Councilman Jones, I think your comment is, or question or inquiry is a good one. Right now, the way this is set up is we can track how much revenue is generated, but there's no allocation of that per se. Councilman Jones.
Well, I'm hoping that it ends up being zero and no one gets a fine, right? So it's not like I want to make millions of dollars off of this process. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to communicate this message to our city, to Clevelanders, to say, either way it goes, it's a win-win. If you don't do it, if you have your masks and stuff on, it's a win-win because we can't spread this virus. We won't spread this virus. And if for those who don't want to listen, you know, there needs to be, some people are moved by punishment and moved by consequences. But even that, we're going to take those resources. And I remember someone said to me, Bashir, or they said, or Chief Williams said, and some other people said, you know, who are these people talking about defund the police? Who are these people who are pushing that message? And I am one of them. I am one of them. And I think that the message is not to remove police, but the message is to how do we allocate resources to being more proactive. And I just want to say openly to Chief Williams and to every law enforcement officer out there, you all have been doing a phenomenal job. I mean, honestly, man, you guys have been doing phenomenal work, man. And as I travel around, I see officers with their masks on. I see them in positions and doing things that, you know, you have to be a special person to do this. And along with the fact that, you know, there's this, you know, there's a real conversation across the country happening right now around police and community. And I know that Chief Williams, along with others, are very serious about mending or creating or mending or whatever we want to say, better relationships and producing quality officers that could help us mend this wound, this historical wound in marginalized communities. So, so Chair, I guess I just really want us to focus on how are we, you know, dealing with the homeless population, which is the biggest population. Well, the biggest homeless population is in my ward, Ward 7. I don't want these great people to be over-policed, not over-policed, but hopefully that we can get them masks. And maybe I like to work with Chairman Griffin and, you know, how we get these masks out to the marginalized population. How are we working, Chairman, to the health director? How are we working with organizations like Lutheran Ministries who are doing valuable work with the homeless population? Have we engaged them at all on how we work with that population?
Through the chair, or I guess I am chair, to the administration, Chief Walker Minor, can you speak to how we're engaging with the homeless community on this issue?
Sure. Myself and the leadership of CDPH engage with the homeless community on a regular basis. The leadership of the Office of Homeless Services, we speak with Melissa Surak and Ruth Gillette weekly. We also engage, Meryl and I engage in a bi-weekly meeting with the county and all of their social service partners to talk about what's going on. Early on, we worked with LMM and Melissa Surak from Office of Homeless Services, and of course, Mike Searing and Mike Searing was in leadership, and as well as NEOG, to have porta potties throughout the city of Cleveland. We've had that was supported and funded in part by community development with some of the COVID dollars that we were able to.
Yeah, I supported that too. I put some dollars in that as well.
Oh, you did, as did the foundation community. So we continue to engage with them on that on a regular basis. The hotels in our community, talking about private sector stepping up, have been great partners in terms of creating respite space and isolation space for those that are in the homeless community. So we will continue to do the work that we do in that regard, working very closely with them. We don't want anybody penalized. And so I just kind of want to reiterate, I heard Director of Safety and Health and Chief Williams and Director of Law say, this is not intended to be punitive. This is intended to create compliance. We are, all of us are concerned about the health of our community and the health of our city. We are concerned about that because literally we are experiencing community spread. I said it earlier about the surges, and I know that the hospitals in this community and this state prepared for a surge in April. That didn't happen. That didn't happen because we were essentially on lockdown. We were all at home. The surge has began, however, once everything has began to open up. And as a a strategy to mitigate continued community spread. That's why we have the mandate of this mask. The city of Cleveland, if you aren't aware, did the same thing in 1918. I can send that to Ann Tilly, and you can see. And in that same article that I have, it was the same partners. It was the Department of Health, Department of Public Safety, Department of Law, all working together, right, a century ago. Why is that? Because we know, right, the history and the best experts on this have consistently said for over a century that in order to control this, we have to cover our own faces so that the droplets will not spread. And as a result of the droplets spreading, we have expanded community spread.
We got a lot of stuff we still doing from 1918.
Mr. Chairman, the point of order.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. Because let's.
Point of order is on the floor, Mr. Chairman. According to Robert Rules of Order, you have to deal with the point
Joe,
of order.
Joe, I have acknowledged you through a text message that I'm going to come to you. Please, the person
But this is a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Jones,
According to Robert Rules of Order, you have to, as the chairperson, as the vice chairperson, to find out what I'm asking for a point of order, Mr. Chairman. And so that's basic.
Joe, please, I'm going to acknowledge you. What you can't do per Robert's rules is just interrupt somebody who's speaking, and Chief Walker Minor.
No, it was just a point of order on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Walker Minor's going
to get to it.
Clerk,
I was simply saying that this is a strategy, a proactive preventive strategy, and we're emphasizing compliance. You've heard every one of us on the administration say we want compliance, but when we do need to, we will enforce. But we want compliance. This is not intended to be punitive. This is intended to be proactive so that we can all remain healthy.
Thank you, Chief. And we are familiar with that article you referenced. Our city archivist emailed to all the council members about what the council did in 1918. All right, so Councilman Bashir Jones has the floor. He was wrapping up his comments. I'm going to recognize Joe Jones on a point of order, but at the same time, the maker of the motion, Charles Slife, wanted to be recognized, and I think he's going to entertain his motion. And then once we conclude on this amendment, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Majority Leader Phyllis Cleveland, who's then going to facilitate the remainder of this meeting. Councilman Bashir Jones, final thoughts.
I look forward to working with Chair. We have to be very serious about our communication at this time, as we talked about. And I don't know what we're doing as far as radio and mailers. I mean, we just need to let people know that this is coming. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Joe Jones, the maker of the motion wanted to amend his motion. Do you want to make a point first, or do you want to allow him to do that?
Mr. Chairman, I will allow the maker of the motion who put it on the floor because it is pertaining to the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I entertain our council colleague, Mr. Slife, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Charles Slife.
Mr. Chair, I'll revise
Did
my.
you hear that, Mr. Chairman?
I'll revise my amendment, my motion for an amendment in section 236.05, altering it from 3,000 and 5,000 to 1,000 and 3,000, and then in section 238, revising the $3,000 amount to 1,000.
Just a point of procedure. I believe since a motion has been put on the floor and it's been seconded, we either have to, I believe you as the motion can
pull it back.
The motion can amend it, and if there's no and if it's seconded, we can then vote on that recommendation. Is that correct, Director Lang Henry? Okay, so is there a second to the amended, the modification to the amendment? Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland.
Yeah, I second the motion. I second the amended motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cleveland. It's been moved by the maker and amended. It's been seconded by Councilwoman Cleveland.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilman Brancatelli.
I was the second on that first motion, and I'm not, I do not want to amend.
You don't want to amend. Okay, so so then the I
So he
believe,
can pull it back. He can,
I believe we have to either vote on the amendment or I believe we have to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, if I.
Hold on, Chief, please. This is hard enough facilitating an in-person meeting. Then when it gets Zoom, it's even more difficult. Director Lang.
Mr. Chairman, according to Robert Rules of Order.
Councilman Jones, please, you can't interrupt. Director Lang Henry, is that procedurally a correct way of moving forward?
You know, I'm not sure on this fine point. However, if you were to vote on the First Amendment and then make a new, vote on the first motion, then make a new motion, if that fails, that would be proper.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, the originator of the amendment can withdraw his amendment and doesn't have to do anything but withdraw it. Now, if the second person who doesn't want to withdraw his second motion, it doesn't mean anything. According to Robert Rules of Order, if the person who has put the amendment on the floor and withdraws it, then he, as the person who put the resolution on the floor, can withdraw it according to Robert Rules of Order.
Is there any objection
And
from
it doesn't have to be a second.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Is there any objection from our colleagues from withdrawing the original amendment?
Councilman Zong,
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. What did the council rules say? I don't have mine in front of me, and I don't know if anyone has the council rules, but that may address the situation. We're not strictly going by, our rules are not strictly Robert's rules, although we're influenced by Robert's rules.
Mr. Chairman, if I may on that point.
Yeah, hold on a second, please. So I'm really appealing this comment to our clerk, who's hopefully on the phone and has some staff who's researching this as we're talking in real time. Unfortunately, I'm out of town on vacation and I'm calling into this meeting. I don't have my council rules in front of me. The clerk of council, anyone on our staff care to weigh in?
So I just sent that. Okay.
Red.
So it is, I just texted you, it is Robert's rules in this situation.
Okay.
Okay, Council Majority Leader Phyllis Cleveland, does that answer your question?
Well, I don't have a copy of Robert's rules either, so I don't know if that's the correct answer, but Councilman Zoe, just one other point. I know before we decide what we have to do, and I think it may just be easier to vote on the first motion and then deal with that and have a new motion after that. But Councilman Conwell had his hand up, and I don't know if he wanted to address this before we vote. So I just want to make sure we didn't forget him.
Good point. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
No, I'll wait later until after the vote.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, so the motion on the floor was the original one to amend it to a warning first, then a $500 fine. Councilman Slife was willing to withdraw that amendment. The second of that motion was unwilling to withdraw their second. We believe under Robert's rules that the maker can just withdraw the amendment for the sake of having this totally accurate. Clerk, call a roll on the First Amendment, which would reduce the penalty to a warning first and a $500 fine. I will say, just in summarizing this conversation, many of our colleagues felt uncomfortable with that aspect of it because there's a natural warning system already built into it where they're actually getting a warning. That warning is being documented. And then the second violation would actually be the fine, which was the intent of the amendment anyway. So clerk, please call the roll on the motion.
Bishop. Bishop.
Unmute yourself.
No.
No.
Francatelli.
Yes.
Cleveland.
No.
Conwell.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Hairston.
No.
Johnson,
Record him as a no.
Usher Jones,
No.
Joe Jones,
No.
Casey,
No.
Mooney,
Mooney signaled no.
No.
Kalinsik,
Mike, you unmute yourself. Mike said no.
No.
Mike,
Yes.
Mike.
He went no.
Zone,
No. The clerk is, go ahead, clerk.
sorry, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, 12 nays, 2 yays.
Thank you, clerk. The motion, the amendment fails and has been withdrawn. I recognize Charles Slife.
Yes, may I make a motion to amend section 23605, changing the civil penalties from 3,000 and 5,000 to 1,000 and 3,000, and also altering section 238 related to sanitation, altering the figure from 3,000 to 1,000.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Councilwoman Majority Leader seconded. It's been motioned. It's been seconded. Any conversation on the motion? Any reaction from the administration?
Yes, Councilman through the chair.
Yes.
The amendment basically, it takes it from a warning, which would be $0 penalty, and reduces the penalty after a warning to $1,000. This is minimizing the effect of and the seriousness of the threat that COVID poses to the citizens of Cleveland. I ask that council reconsider.
Thank you. I will say to my colleagues, there is an appeal mechanism woven into it, which is the Board of Zoning Appeals. And I can assure you that if I felt any business in my ward was improperly fined, you could be rest assured I would be at that Board of Zoning Appeals hearing advocating that the fine was reversed. So I think there are safeguards built in. What I'm hearing from the administration is that they want the seriousness of the offense to get the attention of the businesses. I will also point out that the city of Cincinnati is fining people $7,500. So what the administration was proposing was relatively, what the new amendment would be, significantly smaller than what we were originally recommending and considerably smaller than what other cities in our state are doing as well. Director Gordon, any thoughts or response to?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I mean, I really appreciate the deliberation that the council is going through. I think one other thing that needs to be known is as the state each week is going to be determining the risk factor for each county, all 88 counties in the state, if we go from red where we are right now to purple, there might be even more restrictions that come down from the state, and that might restrict these operations from even being open. And we don't know how far the governor and the state health director are going to go with these. Right now, this allowed us to have some tools in our toolbox to do as much as we possibly can to elevate the severity and the seriousness of this public health crisis, this global pandemic. So I just wanted to put that out there. Again, as Chief Williams has said, as we've all said, this is not about revenue generation at all. This is all about bringing the seriousness of this virus, this disease that we are working 7 days a week to try to deal with, to try to prevent, and we all play a role in this. And so I just wanted to kind of reiterate those comments as you deliberate the the intent of this ordinance, which again, we put in civil penalties so that if there are violators, the mask, wearing a mask is required by the state right now, and it's a criminal offense if they are stopped and you're not wearing a mask. We did not believe that people need to have a criminal record just for not wearing a mask. That was not the intent for this. This was our way to recognize how we need these other tools in the toolbox to bring the kind of attention necessary from all of our departments to this pandemic.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Slife, as the maker of the motion, any final comment?
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize Mr. Slife. Mr. Slife, any comment?
I stand by my belief that lowering the penalties speaks to the spirit of the legislation, being supportive rather than punitive.
Thank you. Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I gotta, I like Slight, but hearing what the administration has got to say, knowing what I've experienced concerning this virus in my personal family, I'm going to vote with the administration. I'm going to have to vote against Mr. Slight's amendment, Mr. Chairman, due to the fact that just over the weekend, I went to a business in my neighborhood, and there's like 250 people in the building, outside the building, all clustered together. They're our generation, meaning they look like us. They're not young people, and none of them had masks on. And I asked to speak to the owner of the establishment, and he came out. And Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, he seemed to be a little bit drinking himself. And I just think that in the African American community, we're being slaughtered out here with this virus. And then I left one location that Sunday night, went to another location where you had a younger group of people who had gathered, and they're all clustered together, none of them wearing masks. And that's another 250 to 300 people. And I had to actually call the police out to deal with both locations. And then I go to my shopping plaza, Mr. Chairman, and then there's another group of people who are gathered, none of them of which are wearing masks. This is a major issue. And I'm going to, Mr. Chairman, go with the administration's suggestions. Their arguments make sense. I love our business people. A part of business is knowing how to take care of your business. And so they're big boys and big girls. Once they hear this information, they should be able to orientate themselves in such a way where they protect their business. And I don't think that 3,000 and 5,000 is for some of these businesses, a major issue. And I think lowering it will not give the stick that you want to have. You want to have a club where you let them know that this is serious. We're serious about it as a city. If you're not in compliance, we will shut you down. And we need to have something that signals that. And I think that, there's small amounts that they are suggested at 3,000 and 5,000. I would probably suggest 10,000 and 20,000. So they're being nice with their $3,000, $5,000 suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Joe Jones. I am going to, we've been discussing this issue for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I'm going to move the amendment forward with the vote. After the vote, I'm going to recognize Councilman Conwell, then Councilwoman Blaine Griffin for final thoughts on this because this is a public health issue. My feelings is, as I stated earlier, if any business I felt was improperly fined, I'm going to go to that Board of Zoning Appeals and be championing and advocating for them. I am leaning towards not supporting the amendment because I want to make sure that the administration has the tools necessary to keep accountability from these business owners. But then in the event that if a mistake happened, we have that BZA hearing, and the council's voice in that hearing is pretty powerful, and you can advocate for your businesses. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. I'm going to ask the clerk to call on the amendment.
We're still voting. Wait a minute.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
Bishop,
No.
Francatelli,
Yes.
Cleveland,
Yes.
Conwell,
Councilman Conwell can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Hear you.
Unmute, Kevin. Can't hear you.
I unmuted. Yes.
Conwell, Griffith,
Yes.
Hairston,
Yes.
Johnson,
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, vote.
unmute
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Bashir Jones,
Yes.
Joe Jones,
No.
Casey,
Yes.
Mooney,
I said yes.
Valencia,
That was.
Lensick,
Yes.
Yeah. We were voting on the fine and then.
Hello?
Council President, hang on 1 second. We're doing a vote. We'll recognize you in a minute. Call the
Thank you, I'm very sorry.
Get ready to take over the meeting.
Casey,
I voted yes.
Slife,
Yes.
Zone,
no.
eleven yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, so the motion, the amendment of the motion passes. And what it does is it establishes that it guarantees any business or establishment will receive a warning first, and then the first violation would be $1,000. Each subsequent violation thereafter would be $3,000. Council President, we're just about wrapping this section up. We have Councilman Kevin Conwell who wanted to make remarks, and then I was going to turn the meeting over to Majority Phyllis Cleveland to facilitate.
Yes, I would appreciate that. And so you're just concluding the amendment that Councilman Slife made?
Yes, sir.
I guess I didn't miss much. So yes, I apologize for my difficulties. If we could proceed in the manner that Councilman Zone just described, concluding this and then turning over to Councilwoman Cleveland. I have everything in front of me, and I understand that I need to have my face visible to count as a vote, so I'm working on that right now. So please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
All right. You know what? It seems like when you mentioned, you were the first one to speak about the police force enforcing this. I'm afraid of the police force enforcing it. Here's the reason why. I know they'll do a good job, but you know, I ride with the police a lot, knock and talk. You know that. They're stressed out. I think, and the question I want to ask the safety director, has he sit down and talk with the police force about enforcing this and take a barometer on the culture and the behavior of the police? Because they can push back. They can push back. And he needs to talk with them because, as you know, Chairman Zone, I ride with them a lot. They do a lot, and you can't stress your forces. And if you stress them, will they push back? I mean, we can create. I'm sorry. We can create legislation and we can push this, but you know what? Sometimes our frontline help will push back. And you have to sit down and talk with them to get them to buy in and do inclusiveness and not just push policy. So I yield, and I want to listen to the safety director. And you're 100% correct, Mr. Chairman. Safety director? Through the chair to the safety director.
My apologies, Councilman, through the chair. I mean, I missed the question.
Here's the question. I'm not comfortable with the police executing this. I'm not saying that they will not do a good job. Sometimes you put the forces, they're doing everything. They're doing everything. I ride with them. I call our great commander, Sammy Morris, and I said, Sammy, send me at least 2 to 3 police cars. We're dealing with prostitution out there. We're dealing with all these gunshots that's going off in the community. They call the councilman for that. We're dealing with, as the police chief just narrated, sometimes 200 and 300 people in households. Your safety forces, have you ever went with a ride along with them? They're stressed to the max. So sometimes you can give it to them. They're good workers, but you have to look at your span of control and you have to talk with them. Have you had a conversation with your safety forces to look at the culture of the police force? Because that culture is important as well as behavior. Because they gotta want to do this too.
Councilman, through the chair, I'm gonna tell you, Cleveland has some fantastic, right, public safety officials. And when I say public safety officials, I mean police, fire, EMS, even our animal control, right? This is all under public safety. I, as chief prosecutor, engaged with our law enforcement officers. The law enforcement officers, my face is not a stranger to them. I engage with them. I go to the roll calls to the districts. I have been out over the last several weekends with our law enforcement partners out on West 6th Street and in the flats, and I've talked to them about the enforcement. They've given me the rundown of who does what and who complies with what and who will have problems out of. And they are across the board. And when I say what I'm about to say, it needs to be taken with the ear that I've listened to them. I've told them to speak freely, and we've talked about expectations. They want this virus defeated in the city of Cleveland. They want to do their part to make sure that businesses are in compliance. We're purchasing masks so that they have them in the car. To Councilman Bashir Jones' point. To make sure that those who can't afford them, that we have a way to provide to them. This is not something that our public safety officials, our police officers, or firefighters, EMS are shying away from. When our EMS people receive calls to assist residents, they're walking into a potential COVID situation. When
I ride with them. I ride with them.
They are arriving to COVID situations. When our police interact with the public, they are arriving not with just in a COVID situation, but with the tools to help citizens combat COVID, which is a face mask. I have personally heard. I unannounced last Friday, I popped in, and everyone was doing what they were supposed to do. You talk about community policing. I wish folks could have come out. If I had a body cam, I'd put it on so that folks could see.
I ride with them. I told you.
So it's something that they want to do.
Councilman Conwell.
Now, to the chair, to the safety director, how many, with your forces, looking at resources being equipment, supplies, money, people, how many of your safety force people?
This committee the whole, and we still gonna do council meeting.
Hold on, can everyone mute their phone? You're coming through. Councilman Conwell.
Your police officers are out due to COVID-19, or the firefighters are out due to COVID-19. And I believe it with the safety chair, at Zone, the fire department would be excellent for it because they're taxing my neighborhood. And let me say this also through the chair, to the safety director, is when you deal with a ward, and I was mentioning this to Council Member Blaine Griffin, every ward, the places that you went to, my ward is different than Councilman Zone's ward, dealing with crime and dealing with quality of life issues. When you hear Mike Polinsky talking about the Northeast side, well, what we're dealing with over there is different. It's not one size fit all. And you have some people and some police officers dealing with different issues than in other places that you just narrated. So that's why I asked, as you touch bases and talk with the rank and file, to just the barometer. As Councilman Zone mentioned, we are the barometer. I walk my neighborhood every day. I talk with the police and they'll tell you that. So I'm afraid of this. So let me ask you this question. Who's going to manage this? When you push legislation out there, we can't just sit it on a shelf. Someone need to manage this, monitor and control so that we can come to positive outcome measures. Who have you designated to manage this legislation?
So let me tee up this question, Safety Director Howard. I'm directing this question to both Director Howard and Director Gordon because the powers within the ordinance are explicit. They're giving it to the Director of Public Safety and the Director of Health. I'm going to start with Director Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how we have been operating and we plan to continue to operate it is based on twofold. One is, especially for the occupancy matter and the COVID floor plan, our food inspectors are deployed. They are doing inspections and continue to do inspections every day. So they will be out in the community making sure that that is is posted and is complied with. In terms of mask wearing, this we will be working directly with public safety and based on the types of complaints that we do get in. But also, as Director Howard has mentioned, there have been at least we've had one and we're having a few more this week, and we'll continue to do outreach with businesses and organizations and establishments to bring them in, to talk with them so that they can understand their role in compliance for all of this work as well. It just bears repeating this. We did not create this to generate one penny. We did this because of this public health crisis that we are under. We see these cases every day. I do contact tracing myself. I talk to the community. I hear what kind of events people have been going to. We know over the last 4 to 5 weeks since food operations have opened that those are where predominantly the cases are coming from, people going to these types of establishments. So we are needing, while they are still open and we are trying to manage both, like, right, keeping businesses open in our community, that we need to make sure that we have this public health message of needing to control the spread of this virus through mask wearing.
Right. So
it's all about community education, and it is all about making sure that we are addressing then concerns as people bring them in, but there will be both reactive and proactive aspects to this deployment. We're also looking at designing what kind of signage we can put out so that it's so clear, if people have missed this, that mask wearing is required. This is required in the county, in any county that's designated red, and now we have partners in Summit County and Lorain County that have also been designated red, so it is required in those communities as well.
Final comments. I have 4 more.
Right. And I'll be finished because I know for the second time. Director, here's the thing: we have passed a lot of legislation, and you have to manage policy. No one mentioned to me who's going to monitor and control this. We have passed, and I want to say this in a nice way. Even dealing with your department, you guys don't execute sometimes. You'll come to us, say you're going to do this, or you're going to move on, you're going to hit certain milestones. I don't know what you're doing. Sometimes I have to go down to the health department unannounced just to get people to return the councilman's phone calls. Execution is the key. I don't want to just pass this, come up, give a pretty show, a dog and pony show, and you don't execute. The safety director is new at this right now, but a lot of policy have been passed. Councilman Mike Polisic know, as well as Councilmember Zone know, and it's passed down to the councilman. We need the health department to execute and start executing on the policies that you're pushing. I don't even know that you have enough resources. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say this: I just don't think you guys are going to execute on this. I mean. I'm going to watch, and in the spirit of it, Councilmember Zone, I'm there, but don't just pass policy and don't manage and monitor and control it and execute. And that's just where I'm at. It's not you, safety director, because I haven't dealt with any of your policy yet, but with the health department, they need to execute on this right here. This is so important, and don't come up with excuses. And that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councilman. I have now.
Chairman, I've been waiting several hours. I'm just still.
Councilman Mooney, hold on. Councilman Mooney.
Yes, sir.
Hold on a second. I have Councilman Mooney, Brancatelli, Casey, and then final comments from Councilman Griffin. And then we're going to call this motion for a vote. I will ask my colleagues why we're doing this Zoom call, whether I'm facilitating the council president or I'm turning this meeting over to the council chair, is please don't talk over one another. This is a very difficult meeting to run. We've been going at it now 3 hours and 2 minutes. Councilman Mooney, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just worried that you were going to close this without me having had a chance. I have a series of questions through the chair. Now, just here, is it true now City of Cleveland has free masks? And if so, how many and how can people get them?
Director Gordon or Chief Walker Minor?
This is Natoya Walker Minor. About 3 weeks ago, through two entities, we were able to receive about 46,000 masks, 10,000 from one entity, 36,000 from another. What we did, they were housed in the health department, and we disseminated those to what we deemed to be vulnerable populations, including the youth that are in our rec centers. We set aside an allocation for the rec centers, and maybe more important, equally as important, through all of the senior citizen buildings throughout the city of Cleveland. So we have been disseminating those now for about 3 weeks. We have also disseminated another 20,000 to public housing through our ongoing conversations with public housing. We meet with them on a weekly basis. So we've sent about 20,000 over to public housing. And just on yesterday, through the county stockpile, I was able to get another 25,000 that we'll have over in the health department to continue to push those out to vulnerable populations.
Okay, so we have 20,000 left. How do people get them?
So they're disseminated through our nonprofit partners working with our Office of Minority Health. So if you have an organization in your community that needs masks, just contact Francis.
No, I'm talking about people that are listening. If people don't have masks, and a lot of people don't, if Cleveland's going to be enforcing this, I thought, maybe I'm wrong, that we're going to be acquiring masks, and they said the police are going to be handing them out. So it's not that I need them. If a citizen wants a free mask, where do they go to get one of the city free masks?
So again, we've been working with a nonprofit partners. We've not given out individual. The health department, the mayor's office has not given out individual masks.
So there's nowhere for people to go to get free masks. That's what I'm saying. If you're an individual citizen, where would you go? They're listening. You said the police are going to be handing out. Is there a specific place where a citizen can go to get a free mask?
Chief?
To the councilman through the chair, we have disseminated in large amounts, a couple thousand to each or 500 there to nonprofit organizations across the community. And we can provide you with that list.
No, okay, so there is no place for a resident to go that you can state right now to get a free mask. I know what you did. I'm asking today, if people want free masks, can you give a location for them to go?
Chief?
I have a list, right, of our staff person in the health department and where she has disseminated the mask, and those locations have the mask to pass out to individuals. I don't have that list in front of me right now.
So where do I tell a resident to go to get a free mask?
They can contact Francis Mills at the health department.
Chief, can I suggest this? At the conclusion of this committee of the whole, before the council meeting, I want you to email all council members where they can get masks at. Councilman Mooney.
Okay, thank you. Now further, I'm just asking, just primarily this legislation in this area should be enforced by, like we said, the safety department and health. So to the director of health, through the chair, I know that there's a mechanism you mentioned, we could shut down existing tools that you could do to shut down businesses in violation. And so how many of you shut down so far through the mechanism you outlined with the law director?
Director.
I'm sorry, for during COVID, Councilman, is that your question?
It was an existing tool, and you were indicating that you already have the power to do this. And I've heard there's a lot of establishments with 500 people or more. So my question is, how many times have you utilized that tool already during this crisis to shut down businesses through a court order?
So, Councilman, there have been none through that mechanism.
How come you haven't pursued it?
Councilman, it's a very laborious process. It requires court, it requires a hearing, and we have instead gone through a mechanism where we're working closely with the Ohio Department of Public Safety, Cleveland Police, and the Ohio Liquor Commission to work on each one of these egregious violators of the state orders.
Okay, so you didn't want to pursue, all right, I understand you, because it was difficult, you didn't want to go that route. Now, how many employees are you going to have working from health after 7 p.m. to continue this enforcement?
Director Gordon.
So Councilman, again, this is a partnership with public safety. So I've been out, as the safety director has said, he as well, but this is done through a partnership with law enforcement when we have done this together with the two agencies, but we are, I don't know how much I can stress the need for the underlying reason why we are doing this is to tell the community how critical it is to wear masks. We have been working with public safety on the establishments that have not been in compliance. And those have, there have been some orders that have been issued to those that have been in violation of the state orders.
Okay, now again, maybe you didn't hear my question. How many of your staff members are going to be working after hours on a daily basis after 7 p.m. to say midnight? Because that's when these places be open. How many of those staff members are you going to have on duty on a daily basis?
Director.
May I answer that question, Councilman? Council President?
Well, it's for the health department.
Yeah.
Strick, do you know about her staffing levels?
Councilman,
no,
safety director, you are not permitted to just interject your thoughts. There is a meeting that is being run. Right now, the councilman has the floor. He's asking a question to the director. If you want to answer it for the director, you'll be recognized either by me, the chair, or Director Gordon. Director Gordon, answer the question.
To the councilman, so we have been working with public safety. They have been deployed to assist with the enforcement piece to the state Dine Safe Ohio orders and again, our partnership with the mask order that came out through the mayor's office. So
Okay.
I do not have a number for you of how many staff will be working from 7 p.m. to midnight. I don't
Well,
know.
I'm just asking, are you going to have staff members working and available to enforce this after normal business hours, which would be from, I would figure if the bar's from 7 p.m. till 2 a.m., are you going to have staff on duty to enforce this ordinance with the safety department? In other words, have you adjusted your hours so that you make sure that you have adequate staff because they can't do this during normal business hours?
We have not adjusted staff hours quite yet, no.
But you will once, if this ordinance passes. I mean, I suggest you're going to have people working night, correct? Or unless you're just going to totally rely on the police to do all this at night.
So, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, so what we have done so far, again, has been in partnership. I have been on call and the Commissioner of Environmental Health has been on call when needed to help to enforce the orders. So at this point, this has been more of an on-call basis, and we will be determining how we will be resourcing and deploying staff.
Okay, and just to follow up, final comments, and I appreciate your answers. See, this is my concern is that with this legislation is that, this is primarily going to be mask police. It really is. It's going to be relying on the police to enforce most of this. It doesn't sound like like, you know, it's a partnership between health and police, safety forces during the day, but at night, when all this takes place, there hasn't been health people, other than the director of health. I had found it hard to envision that you're going to have health employees going around after business hours like they do during the day. And this is an unfair burden on the police. It's unfair to ask this of them. I know in my ward, I mean, I already have 24-hour day prostitution in the 90s, day and night, and the police can't do anything about it. And they've told me that. And it's on people's porches, there's street level drug sales. And if the police can't do that, if the police can't enforce the quality of life issues because we're understaffed in the first district where we have maybe half the officers so that some of the east side districts have, now we're placing this unfair burden on an issue with a number of other issues which aren't enforced. It's an unfair burden on the police that are already demoralized, that are already the subject of abuse, that have already, we don't have enough. And then it's just going to be thrown upon them. And that's just a concern. And those are just my comments. And I thank all my colleagues and thanks Director Gordon for answering my questions. But like I said, you know, if we're going to require people to wear masks, the city should provide them because especially within the African-American community and the people of poverty, people can't afford them. And so if we're going to require them, I think it's incumbent upon us to do as much for education and dissemination to tell them they can go a certain place and get a free mask. I don't want the list of the free masks because I've got masks and people may not necessarily call me, but it should be to the public where they can go someplace to get a free mask, buy them, whether it's every police station or every rec center or something, if we're going to provide that. And I would stress, I think education is important. I think if we're going to be doing this, if it's so important, we need to have more masks for people. And just because it's hard, Director Gordon, I've done search warrants where I was on duty as a county prosecutor and I ran the Attorney General's office in Cleveland, where it was unpleasant, but I had to work nights and weekends and go 3 a.m. and wake up judges for orders. You know, I know it's difficult, but if it's as severe as you said, you should be utilizing the process and not doing it because it's inconvenient. You already have that tool to shut down bars, and it's something that health should have been doing all along because it's as severe as everybody says. Just the fact that it's inconvenient and takes a little work is not an excuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mooney. You raised very good points. And the sentiment, Chief Williams, that you're hearing from our colleague is he doesn't want all the burden to be shifted on police. I understand, Director Gordon, your response about having personnel needed when available. But this really gets down to that enforcement component. And I think that's what concerns people. I have Councilman Brancatelli, Councilman Casey, Councilman Joe Jones, and then Councilman Blaine Griffin to wrap this section up. Councilman Brancatelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And certainly it's been a lively discussion and a very challenging issue. And appreciate the administration taking this bold step. And we really need to do this. We have to make this happen. Just wanted to clarify a point that Director Gordon raised earlier. So when you're in your own car, I don't have the right to order my spouse to wear a mask and not talk while we're driving. I'm just kidding. What I'm hoping is that people understand what we're trying to accomplish here and what the idea of the fine, no matter what the amount is more important of what the third strike is. And the first and second strikes are certainly a penalty enough, but the third strike is we're going to go after their liquor license. We're going to go after shutting them down. And that's where the enforcement is the most important. So I think I want to reiterate that and make sure people understand it's not necessarily the fine, but it's the actual action when people don't obey after the first and second time. Just want to clarify a couple of points within the legislation itself. There's a couple questions here around real specific detail in sections 236.02A1A. When facial coverings in a work setting are prohibited by law, what would be an example of when they're prohibited by law?
Director Gordon.
Sure, to the councilman. So these are the exact stipulations that the governor put into the mandatory mask wearing for the red zoned nothing specifically comes to mind. We do know that in some industries, there are OSHA requirements for certain kinds of coverings of the face for breathing mechanisms and so on that are required in a certain employment instance. So things like that may be part of what that could have been attributed to. There were not specifics related to any one of these, but we do know that there needed to be some provisions that allowed those who could not wear a face covering for whatever reason that are stated again in the governor's order. We've just brought those into this ordinance as well.
So maybe the law director can help us on this. What would be examples of in the workforce prohibited by law?
Through the chair to the council member, I don't know off the top of my head what.
So if we can find out those details, I mean, not knowing, we're putting something in the law that we don't know the details on. So I would like to be able to get those details so we can define that. So when we get asked that question, there was a second piece of this. When facial coverings are in violation of documented industry standards. Do we have specifics on documented industry standards?
Now, again, that came from the state health director's order as an exception. And as we said at the beginning, we mirrored the state health director's orders specifically so there'd be consistency with the city of Cleveland and what the state health director ordered. I'm not familiar with all industries, but there may be industries where it could be dangerous to have that kind of a mask on when you're in the course of doing your business. But I'm not familiar with all of the industry standards.
Okay, so then the third one is C, which is documented safety policies. So it sounds like, I mean, we're passing a law, we don't have the details of that. Now, I would love to be able to get the details of what law we're passing so we understand that. One of the questions that came up were prohibited by law or when facial coverings are in violation of business, the issue around banks came up where banks were requesting that somebody remove their facial coverings so they can recognize them if they're going in and doing banking because their banking requires IDs. How is that covered within this language?
Director?
So, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, so this is, if somebody needs to remove the mask for that moment to identify themselves and to perhaps be compared to an ID, for that moment, that is perfectly acceptable. And then the mask goes back on.
So that falls under one of these categories. We're just not sure which one, or?
It's not a not wearing a mask, it's removing it for that moment so that they can verify identification.
Okay, so the banks are allowed, under this ordinance, the banks would be allowed to make that request.
Yes, for that moment, yes. It's not
Okay.
identified, it's not pulled out, but if that requirement for that moment to remove a mask for identity purposes, I can imagine that is similar if you're going into the federal building where you do need to actually show identification to be able to enter. For that moment, to remove it, to show your ID, and then put the mask back on properly over the nose and mouth.
Okay, well, I just want to clarify, because if someone comes in and says, well, there's a city of Cleveland law or a state law that says I shouldn't, we can say for certainty that they have the right to ask for that to be removed for identification purposes.
For identification purposes, sure.
So because that's, the other exception is individuals who have medical conditions, respiratory, and then the other one is mental health conditions. How do we identify that, or how do we, I mean, that's a bit of vagueness in C2 is the exceptions. So I'm struggling with how to, as officers are going up to folks, we've also seen some horrific engagements, especially with those who have mental conditions. That's an interpretation. What was the consideration there?
So again, Mr. Chairman, this is throughout the country. There are stipulations like this. There's been a lot of hearing from communities, from behavioral and mental health, autism, on the autism scale or spectrum, and others in the medical community that do understand that there are individuals who simply cannot wear a mask. And I've heard from many of them who are very concerned that their child, their sibling, their what have you, would fall under one of these conditions, and would they be penalized? So what we are also very much encouraging them to do is to not put themselves in a situation where they're putting themselves at risk. So while it is a burden to not necessarily go out to eat or go into a public place, a business of some sort, we do not intend to penalize people for not wearing a mask, and we are expecting them to be honest with us that there is a condition by which they cannot, and they fall under that category. I'm not asking for them to carry a card that says that they suffer from some sort of mental or behavioral health, or again, fall under some spectrum. I have a family member where this condition applies, and this has been a struggle, but we've also made a decision that he's not going to be going to places where there is a risk. And so that too provides its own challenges, but we understand, and we need to be realistic about how people can live their lives. But we're underneath all of this is about this global pandemic, this virus, that we know mask wearing is one of the most demonstrated ways to protect you from others by wearing it, and others from you.
Yeah, I 100% support that. I'm just trying to break out the details on that. So just to close a couple quick points, and the key on the, and I think it was in the mayor's press release the other day, in talking about that third strike, that we want to reinforce, that people understand how important that is, that we're going to be able to enforce that third strike for businesses that are flaunting, whether the fine is $1,000 or $10,000. The third time is just going to be, the shutdown mode, which I fully support, that we continue to enforce for those who purposely and knowingly flaunt. And as I think Councilman Griffin pointed out earlier, there were some clubs that were just off the charts on some of these. And then lastly, just a little bit of response to Councilman Mooney. There are a significant number of organizations that are participating in the mask giveaways and working with the city. I know just in Southwick Village alone, we had masks thrown away this morning at Southwick Village at the intersection of 55th and Broadway. And they were passing out kits that had a significant amount of information within those kits that really were very helpful in giving people what they need. So, and including things like, floor mats that say stay 6 feet apart that you can put inside the businesses. Lots of great information. They passed out 15,000 masks this morning. They'll be back out again next Wednesday at 55th and Broadway, the epicenter of Councilman Griffin's, Cleveland, Bishop, and my ward. So we're going to continue to push to help provide what people need to be able to stay safe out there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Brancatelli. To my colleagues, we've been having this conversation now for 3 hours and 25 minutes. I want to make sure we have a quorum when I call this piece for a vote. So for those of you who are on computer, turn your video on and stand by. I'm going to get final comments. I have Councilman Casey and then Councilman Joe Jones and Councilman Griffin. I'd ask my colleagues to be brief, and then we're going to call this for a vote. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To kind of just reiterate what Councilman Mooney said, to the chairman, to Director Gordon, where are we at for staffing levels for the Division of Health?
Be more specific about your question, Councilman.
You're budgeted for 37 people in the Division of Health. How many employees are currently working in the Division of Health?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that immediately in front of me. I know that we have posted some positions recently. A lot of our positions are also grant funded. And we are posting for positions for sanitarians who have been the ones who've been on point mostly for the enforcement piece.
Okay, so with the health department's not currently fully staffed, taking on this endeavor that we're going through today. You know, Mr. Chairman, I've heard things, Director Lang Henry used the term right at the beginning of enforcement officers. And we've heard from just about every director about the importance of this and how it's dangerous and how we need to stop the spread of this. And, some of the magnitude of this whole pandemic, if you don't understand by now the severity of this, you've got to be living under a rock somewhere. I mean, it's been the forefront of every topic of conversation worldwide for the last 7 months. And then I have issue with, we understand how severe it is, and both Director Gordon, Director Howard, and Chief Williams all have indicated the importance of stopping the spread of this. And then I'm hearing terms like, we don't really want to enforce it. We want to encourage compliance. We want them to cooperate. We don't want to force people to do it. We don't want to issue citations. And more importantly, we don't want to make this criminal. So I think what we're kind of doing here is we're sending out two different mixed signals. We understand how important it is, and it is. We need to get people wearing masks. But then on the other hand, we don't want to engage or enforce something. We don't want to make this criminal. We want to make it civil. We don't want to, we don't want to fine anybody. It's only, it's $25. And then you want to turn around and tell the businesses, you want to come down with a hammer on the businesses and say, we got to get you, we got to get you, we got to get you. When you have 500 people at an event and you want to hit the business, what about those 500 people? There's where your spread's coming from. So I understand that aspect of it. And I'm more inept not to wear a mask if it is a second-degree misdemeanor and I'm facing a $750 fine and I'm looking at 90 days in jail. If it's that important, if we need to stop the spread of this disease, and this is the way that we're supposed to go about doing it, becoming a civil matter with a $25 fine, and oh, by the way, let's just ask you to wear one. Let's pass one out. Let's engage you in that aspect. Let's give you 3 or 4 warnings. That person who's getting 3 or 4 warnings, first of all, the individual getting 3 or 4 warnings, nobody knows how many warnings that person has gotten, because we're not going to be able to track warnings on individuals. And then we're going to, are we biting our nose to spite our face? Are we just spinning that hamster wheel going round and round? I don't understand if there's not any teeth behind this. Or if we're going to community police it, and I do believe in community policing, but if this is such a pandemic and this is such a thing that we need to get under control, why are we not putting teeth behind the legislation? Mr. Chairman, to whomever.
Sure, I'll also ask Director Lang Henry to weigh in. The criminal penalty exists. That has always existed. And this just allowed us to have additional tools in the toolbox to get compliance from the general community. And we did not want people to incur a criminal record should they be in a situation by which enforcement would take place and they would be issued a misdemeanor of the second degree.
And Mr. Chairman, to the director, has that been happening in the city? If it's already there and this is such a pandemic and it needs to happen, has that been occurring?
We have issued warnings. We have not issued any misdemeanor tickets for failure to wear a mask.
So Director, Mr. Chairman, to the director, and that's the point I'm trying to make. At what point are we going to stop with the warnings and say, look, this is what needs to be done. Either do it or this is the consequence. How many times are we going to warn people, but then sit around and say, oh, well, it needs to happen because we need to stop the spread of this. And, you know, I wear a mask, right? To me, it's common sense, right? To anybody who doesn't wear a mask, if this is the law, how many times do you have to run a stop sign before you finally get a ticket? It's just the point I'm trying to make is that I think we're at the point where we're ready to go into purple. And if we go into purple, he's probably going to shut us down. At what point do we need to say, look, wear a mask, it's the law, that's it, no matter who's enforcing it, the health department, the police department, fire department, I don't care, CPP, the water department, whoever's enforcing this. At what point do we need to let people know, look, it's either wear the mask or we're going to get shut down by the government or by the governor. And then what are we going to do? How are you going to slowly back open then?
Councilman, those are very broad questions. I'm reluctant to ask the administration just to respond to that. Your point, I think, is very well taken. We hear the urgency in your voice. I quite honestly would like to see bigger fines and more enforceability without police and fire. So let's wrap up this line of questions and we're going to call this for a vote.
Well, I have one other thing that I don't know if anybody has talked about, but Eric Gordon came out today with the reopening of the schools plan. Is the city going to have a plan together to work with CMSD for masking up kids? Because this ordinance, I think, starts for kids 10 and over. So when we've got schools like John Marshall that's got, you know, some 1,200 kids in it, is there going to be a plan with the city and CMSD once schools open back up?
Director, I would ask, we are meeting on July 29th. That's prior to school starting. Can you get real-time information and report back at the next council meeting how they plan on addressing this with CMSD students?
Sure. I would suggest you invite CMSD and then also the mayor's education chief should be involved with that as well. And we have been in discussions with them.
Councilman Casey.
And then, Mr. Chairman, if I could hear from Chief Williams on my comments about enforcement and, you know, it's either a pandemic and it's, you know, needs to stop, or, you know, what his feelings on that is.
Chief Williams.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman. I mean, we can be like places like Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea, and nothing matters but the pandemic, and have law enforcement and the military strictly enforce every order out there related to masks and social gathering and stamp this thing out. Or we can be like we are in the United States and deal with more than one thing at a time. If we go to strictly enforcement, then that's all Cleveland police officers are going to be doing, is stopping people on the street and giving them a citation, maybe even chasing them down and fighting with them to issue a citation for not wearing a mask. I've heard a lot of conversation on this call, on this Zoom meeting, about quality of life and how can we do both. Well, we can do both in an efficient manner, which means that the plan that we're putting forth concentrates on those venues that are going to affect the most people at one time. My guy's trying to chase down 10 or 12 people in the neighborhood to give them a ticket for mask pales in comparison to us making sure that that nightclub that has 500 doesn't have 500 anymore that are going to pass that along to maybe 1,000 more people. So, you know, the approach we're trying to take is the most efficient one, I think. It gives us the best opportunity to make sure that our community engages with this, which is what you have in places like Singapore and China, places like Singapore and Hong Kong and South Korea, is that the community buys into it and that they police themselves for the most part. The government doesn't have to force them. So, I mean, it's kind of one or the other, take your pick.
Thank you, Chief.
And then one last question, Mr. Chairman. Do either the police department or the health department, if they run into an establishment that's over capacity, do they have the ability to go in, and even maybe in the fire department, because they'll be over capacity, do they have the ability to shut that business down right then and there?
Director Gordon.
So that is the, under this is the intent of this order so that they can, the fire and law enforcement can shut it down until the COVID occupancy level is met. Otherwise, it's solely based on what the fire code is, which could be a pretty significant number of people in that operation.
Does this legislation change the fire code? If you're only allowed to have, we'll say, an occupancy of 20 people in a
It does
business?
It does not change the fire code, no.
Okay, so so even though your occupancy is still at 300 for the fire code, how does one doesn't trump the other one here, does it? I mean,
Let me ask a question this way. It's a good one. Director Gordon, there are guidelines where certain establishments have had reduced occupancy to a certain percentage level. So the question is, when those triggers kick in, is the occupancy level reduced?
Yes, I'll actually ask Director Lang Henry to answer that.
Through the chair to the councilman, this does not amend the fire code. However, it is a new order of the health director that's enforceable. So at this point, it would take precedence over that if it's fewer in number. And the way it works for dining establishments and bars is they have to do a floor plan that complies with the COVID restrictions on social distancing. They then count up the number of people who can fit when they have a COVID compliant floor plan, and that becomes their occupancy under the health director's order.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, I wish this piece of legislation, hearing how bad this pandemic is and the urgency to get it under control, I really do wish that this legislation had more teeth to it and wasn't such a kumbaya piece of legislation where we're just warning people and telling them they should, as opposed to having something behind it to give whoever our enforcement officers are going to be the ability to actually hit them where it hurts or have that authority behind them to actually mask up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Final comments from our health chair, Councilman Blaine Griffin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. All I would say is usually to the listening audience, this would have been heard in Health and Human Services. However, because of COVID-19, we weren't able to move on that meeting. We just decided to have it as committee of a whole. And I'll just close by saying mask up or shut down. We're just simple as that. It's a public health issue. This is very important for us to pass this, and it's also important for us to pass this because if we don't, then we're going to have criminalized a whole group of people who we really don't want that to happen to. So thank you to everybody for this very intelligent conversation. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman. I hope you haven't forgotten me. I've been waiting patiently through the whole period to talk about have some input on this as well.
Councilman Jones, you've asked questions. I'll recognize you now. Just know that we've been going for 3 hours and 39 minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief.
I have the floor. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. You have the floor. I will recognize you. When you go in and out of video, once you're out of video, technically you're out of the committee. You are on video now. I will recognize you for a brief comment. Councilman Joe Jones.
Well, Mr. Chairman, what I would like to see, and I don't like your attitude. Let's start there. I don't have no attitude with you when I'm dealing with 25,700 people and I'm serving them each day. So I bring those people to this table, to this discussion. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd appreciate your tone and your disrespect towards this council person in Ward 1, that you check yourself, or I'm gonna have to get a little bit more indignant dealing with you as these committee assignments. And I know you don't want me to go there. And so now in the meantime, what I wanna talk about, which is very important, this issue, and I appreciate the administration bringing what they have brought forward. Now, no administration is perfect. Some comments that were brought up are germane, and I won't go over those. But what I would like to see, Mr. Chairman, in the administration, because we don't have any federal guidance on this, all the states are left to their own. And I'm dealing with a population of people, Mr. Chairman, who feels that this is a hoax. They believe that the president has told them this is a hoax. They feel that it's a hoax. And I'm dealing with that element actually in my neighborhood and in my community. And so right now, due to the fact of the failure of the Republican leader, the President of the United States of America, to give us the kind of leadership that former President Barack Obama gave this country during similar situations and times, we're on our own. And so when we had the director of the health department, and I'd asked her questions about a couple of weeks ago or so, maybe 3 weeks ago, about testing and how they were doing testing. I would like to see our city start taking some leadership position in terms of testing, and in terms of making available masks to its population. I don't know how much money that would cost. We should also have systems in as relates to tracing, and we should have enforcement. I agree that $25 is not enough. I agree that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see that if that's possible. If, I don't know how my colleagues would feel about it, but there should be anywhere between a $75 to a $200 fine for anyone who's not wearing a face mask. This is a major issue. It's not something that we can sneeze at and laugh at. Back in the beginning of March, a number of elected officials laughed at this issue. This is major. By the time it's all said and done with, we probably already lost 500,000 Americans because Republicans have been hiding the count of the true nature of the impact of what is happening to our civilization and our society right now as we speak. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would like to see our city take upon the responsibility of enforcing rules and regulations, clamping down, dealing with our educational system. I know Eric Gordon, as Mr. Casey has brought out, is looking to open schools. This is another issue that's major and is important. In this particular law that we're looking to pass right now, I want to ask the director, why did we come up with an age? Can't everyone catch this virus? And why is it that 10 years of age and under, they're excluded from wearing a mask?
Director Gordon.
Chairman, to the councilman, that is what was put in the governor's required mask order that came out based on the red risk category for Cuyahoga County.
Councilman Jones.
And consistent with that, we chose to keep that number the same.
Okay. And do we have an idea why we would go down that route? Because I know we're putting this in place so that we could have a little bit less of an impact as the governor's piece is looking to penalize people on a criminal matter. So I understand the significance of passing this legislation. That's why I'm not opposed to it. But why can't we change that, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
So the question, Director Gordon, why do we stick at the same level that the governor recommended at 10 years? Why didn't we go lower? That's the question.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's to minimize some of the confusion of who, under which order is this allowable or not allowable. So while we will encourage anybody to, where it is safe, there's some discrepancy of what age a child should be before it is safe for them to wear a mask for any prolonged period of time, for fear of choking and for a number of other reasons. But we did select to keep that age limit based on what the state put out, to have some consistency around the state, so that if somebody is actually going from one jurisdiction to another, they wouldn't be confused by what the requirements were and what the ability to whatever the age limit is. Sorry, losing my words.
Councilman, final comments. Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see the staffing brought back to where it needs to be in the Department of Health, given that we're in a health crisis, one. And then two, I would like to see, Mr. Chairman, is this possible to the administration, whoever wants to answer this question, what can we do as a city to begin the process to take jurisdiction over our entire city and begin to put systems in place to protect the public health? Because right now, relying upon Republicans to help us and save us, that's not going to happen. And so we see that they are tuned out and they're not engaged. And we are a nation that is in a flux, in a situation that we're not even in the lead. We're not leading anything. And so the very arrogance of Americans, some of the people we know, not wearing a mask and thinking that if this virus is not going to impact them, their very arrogance has caused for us as a nation to be leading the world right now increases. And so, Mr. Chairman, in 2 to 3 months, if we don't do something massive right now, we're going to be in a real bad shape and maybe at a place of no return. So, you know, I just want to put that down there on the table so that you all can bear witness in 3 to 4 months. If we don't take extreme actions on this issue, I don't have any problems with having $1,000 fine for anybody not having a mask. This is just how serious this issue is. We have to protect ourselves, our families, our neighbors, and then others in the community. And so for those folks who feel that they want to be on the Trump bandwagon and not wear a mask, in this city, we should find them. And so I'm not opposed to taking some serious draconian measures to protect the well-being and health of the citizens of my neighborhood and the city of Cleveland as a whole. And right now, if we keep on willy-nillying down the road, as we have willy-nilly so far, we will continue to see these numbers climb. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the fact that you have given me some time here, and I conclude with this. I would like to see the administration come back with a formula for how we take control of things in our borders. And in order to do that, we really have to come up with a comprehensive plan. There are other cities that are doing that. We need to be the city that begins the process to take the lead. We cannot rely upon the Republicans. We cannot rely upon the Republican president. We're going to have to take this situation in our hands, and we're going to have to start looking at ways and means to bring resources to the table to deal with this pandemic that is spreading rapidly. And it seems like young people are not engaged, involved, or even concerned about it at all.
Thank you, Councilman Jones.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the vote. We've been going again for 3 hours, 48 minutes on this singular piece of legislation. We have other pieces of legislation that has to be heard. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Bishop,
Kevin Bishop, unmute yourself.
Yes. Yes.
Francatelli,
Yes.
Cleveland,
Yes.
Conwell, Conwell, Griffin,
Yes.
Hairston,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Usher Jones,
I just have another question. I'm just joking. Yes.
Oh, you better not.
Jojo, Joe Jones,
Yes.
Casey,
Yes.
Mooney,
Yes.
Polinsik,
No.
Slife,
Yes.
Zone,
Yes.
$12 yeas, 1 nay.
The legislation passes. Thank you for it. I am going to turn over the chairmanship of this committee to Majority Leader Phyllis Cleveland.
Thank you, Councilman Zone. Okay, we still have finance, ED, HR, and a couple of council pieces to cover. And then we have council meeting after this. So please, we need everybody to be considerate of all of our times. Next up, ordinance number 556-2020. And this is an under suspension piece by Mayor Jackson and council members I'm sorry, no, wrong one. I'm sorry, ordinance number
Let's do it
5.
again.
Oh, you don't want me cussing on Zoom. Ordinance number 532-2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance to enter into an amendment to contract number CT 1501 PS 2017-217 with Comp Management LLC to provide additional third-party workers' compensation administrator services for a 4-month period. Director Dumas.
Hi,
Chief Dumas.
are we on?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, how are you guys? I have with me Ed Romero, who of course is the risk manager. We're sharing our Zoom window and he's going to talk a little bit about this piece.
So what we're doing is we're trying to extend the contract just for a 4-month period so we can get it back onto our budget fiscal year. The current process, the way it is, it's broken up over 2 calendar years, obviously 2 fiscal years, and it makes the process very cumbersome. So we are going to go out for an RFP here in the fall, but we just like to extend this contract so it simplifies the process and makes the accountability a lot quicker and smoother.
Okay, and Mr. Romero, so there'd be no gap in services in between the new contract?
That's correct, Council President Cleveland.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on ordinance number 532-2020?
Move approval.
Hearing none, ordinance dash 532-2020 is approved. Next, ordinance number 546-2020 by council members Brancatelli and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Economic Development to transfer $3 million from the general fund for the purpose of making economic development loan and grant agreements and forgivable and non-forgivable loans. And who's here for that one?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm here on the financing side to let you know that it was budgeted, of course, at the end of fiscal 2019. And I believe Director Ebersol is on to talk about the program.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
All right. So this ordinance transfers $3 million over for economic development uses. There's 2 programs specifically that we are transferring that we would use funds for: the Neighborhood Retail Assistance Program, which provides loans for neighborhood businesses, restaurants, and so forth. The Neighborhood Development Program, which provides small grants to assist primarily with pre-development for businesses and projects in our neighborhood. And then funds also could be used for typical economic development loans and grants, either under the authority of Ordinance 9010, which provides for approval of loans under $250,000 through the support of the councilperson, the mayor, and CCDC, or through future legislation if we decide to legislate those funds.
Okay. Thank you, Director Ebersol. Councilman Brancatelli, any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thoroughly support this legislation and very supportive of economic development as they're moving through with a busy agenda of helping the many businesses during these tough times. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilman Zone, do I see your hand?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a comment directly to the director. I just want to make sure he's aware many businesses in Ward 15 applied. None of the businesses who were approved for the working capital loan from the city have received those dollars as of yet. Most applications opened up the first week in April, and the first rounds of grantees were announced May 19th. Now it's July 15th, and none of those rounds of funds to any of those applicants have been dispersed. I know this is just not a Ward 15 problem, but this is citywide. Small businesses are hurting. What are we doing to help get this money into these businesses' hands?
Sure. So we've been working pretty rigorously with the businesses that have been out there to get them under contract and get money out the door to them. Most of those initial awardees are now under contract. Pretty much everybody who was responsive to our request is under contract. We've started processing checks this week for people who've gotten their disbursement packages into us, so people should start seeing those checks come over the next couple of weeks. It's been, there's been a little bit of a learning curve from a volume perspective and trying to get people to put together what the city needs to disperse, but I feel like we've identified a couple of pinch points that we ran into, and we've been able to kind of work around them. And so now that we're really changing over our working model in a lot of ways to handle this volume, but I feel like things are going to start to move a little more quickly.
Just final comment. I won't labor the point, Madam Chairwoman. I will follow up directly with the director. Again, I assume this legislation is going to be critical in getting those dollars to businesses, but I did want to state for the record, Director Ebersol knows I've had over 30 businesses in Ward 15 apply, and not one penny has gone to any of them as of yet. Many of them were approved for the loan. So we need to get this money out on the streets. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilman Zone. Any other questions or comments? I don't see any other hands. Ordinance number 546-2020 is approved. Is Port Control here? Port Control?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, Director, how are you?
I'm well.
Okay.
Sitting through the marathon this morning.
Okay. I feel your pain. Ordinance number 475-2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials necessary to remove rubber and any other contaminants from paved surfaces for the various divisions of the Department of Port Control for a period of 2 years with 2 one-year options to renew, the first of which requires additional legislative authority. Director Kennedy?
Madam Chairperson, members of the committee and City Council, we're required to keep a certain coefficient of friction on the runways. As planes land, there are bits of rubber that are embedded into the concrete. We must come through it at periodic schedules and remove that rubber. And we selected a vendor that has been with us for a while, Highlight, to do this work to remove it to ensure safe and operating airport. For this, we ask for the approval.
Okay, this is a new contract, not an option to renew, right?
This is a new one with 2 one-year options.
Okay, right. I mean, we weren't, renewing an option now. Okay, and this contract will be subject to all OEO and local hiring laws, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on ordinance 475-2020? I see no hands. Ordinance 475-2020 is approved. Please sign it up. Ordinance number 510-2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to exercise the second option to renew contract number PS 2018-188 with Eric Inc. to provide maintenance, operation, and management services for city-owned common use facilities at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. Director?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, at our common use gates, there's technology that is needed for all the airlines to participate in, whoever may use it. And Air Inc. is a provider of this common platform for the different airport or airline operating systems. And so we ask for the approval for this contract to keep that technology up to date and good service as we work with the carriers.
Okay, and again, you are exercising an option to renew on this contract.
Yes, ma'am. It's $55,000 a year.
Okay, and so we can assume that their performance has been satisfactory.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any questions on ordinance 510-2020? I see no hands. Ordinance 510-2020 is approved. Please sign, well, you can't sign it up. Ordinance for 513-2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Port Control to employ one or more professional consultants to develop a master plan update for Burke Lakefront Airport. Yes, Director.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, key to our receiving grants from the FAA is that we have what's called an Exhibit A, a current Exhibit A, and this master plan update updates all our information on suburban land leases, all the property out at Burke, and it produces what's called an airport layout plan, which is a requirement for our grant assurances. Burke, the activity at Burke has moved from a lower level to a higher level at FAA, which means greater funding for us. And we want to make sure we have the supporting documentation to receive any grants that may come our way.
Okay, Director, Exhibit A, again, is just, it's a summary of what the master plan for Burke is?
No, ma'am. And Exhibit A is a property, part of our grant assurances for the FAA is that we must document and have command and control of property for a certain period of time. And so the Exhibit A updating that says that this property is under the airport's command and control and what uses it will be for airport purposes or not.
Okay. And again, this is something that we did not have before. Am I understanding you right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, but we are required to have that in order to get any future funding from the FAA.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, it's a requirement. We should have it, and it is beneficial in getting funding. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on ordinance number 513-2020? Seeing no hands, ordinance number 513-2020 is approved. Please sign it up. Ordinance number 514-2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of asphalt for runways, taxiways, ramps, and roadways, including labor and materials for repair, installation if necessary for the various divisions of the Department of Port Control for a period of 2 years with 2 one-year options to renew, the first of which is exercisable through additional legislative authority.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, obviously we have to keep up good pavement, runways, taxiways, and ramps, but also good pavement in our roadways and parking structures. This contract's for 2 years with a company that provides those services to help us maintain the pavement at the airport.
Okay.
And at the airports.
Okay. Again, this contract will be subject to all OEO and local hiring requirements.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Any questions on ordinance number 514-2020? Okay, seeing no questions and no hands, ordinance 514-2020 is approved. The next ordinances, they're all under suspension, and I would just read them, and we will have them for full consideration at the council meeting. The next 3 are HR pieces, and we have ordinance number 559-2020 for introduction and passage under suspension by Council Member Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with the stage employees local number 27, IATSE, and to amend section 47 of the ordinance number 323-15 passed March 30th, 2015 as amended, relating to compensation for various classifications. Director West, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. This is the Local 27 stage employees tentative agreement. This union agreed to pattern wages and healthcare contributions. This is primarily employees within the Department of Public Works. They are casual and seasonal employees who do the stagehand work.
The stage work for like summer events and special events?
Shows and things, yes.
Okay, okay, very good. Okay, and we'll have ordinance number 559-2020 for consideration at the council meeting. Ordinance number 560-2020 for introduction and passage under suspension by Council Member Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with the Machinist District 54 Local 439 and to amend section 17 of ordinance number 323-15 passed March 30th, 2015 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications. Director West.
Councilwoman Cleveland, this is the Machinist Local 439 Collective Bargaining Agreement. This union handles the machinist and machinist helpers within the Department of Public Utilities. This union agreed to pattern wages of 2, 2, and 2 for the 3 years of their collective bargaining agreement, and have also agreed to healthcare contributions and increases that are in agreement with the pattern.
Thank you. And again, we will hear ordinance number 560-2020 at council meeting immediately following this meeting. And the final HR piece is ordinance number 561-2020 for introduction and passage under suspension by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with the treasurers and ticket sellers union local 756 and amend section 46 of ordinance number 323-15 passed March 30th, 2015 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications. Director West.
Thank you. This again is Local 756. This union represents our assistant manager of box office and box office cashiers in the Department of Public Works. They again work when shows are being handled at Public Works. They agreed to pattern wages and healthcare.
Very good. And again, we will consider this for final passage, for introduction and passage at the council meeting. Director, just a question. How many unions have ratified contracts now?
We were at 16 before we added these 3. So at the end of today, we will be at a total of 19.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director.
You're welcome.
Okay, and the final ordinance for passage at the council meeting, and this is to set the date and time of, well, the date of our next council meeting. Resolution number 558-2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency resolution fixing the date of the next regular council meeting as July 29th, 2020, and the time will be determined before the meeting is held. And we do have other resolutions, and these are primarily liquor objections that will be introduced and heard at the council meeting as well. And so with that, Madam Clerk, I think we are done.
We're going to go right into council meeting.
Okay, do we need to, we don't need to disconnect and?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay. All right, real good. Let me pull up the script. Okay, Alan, I'm looking for the script. Okay. I got it. Okay, bear with me. This is my first time having to read the script. Okay, we are beginning council meeting on Wednesday, July 15th, 2020. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop.
Council members, please unmute yourselves.
And come to the screen, please.
Yeah. My daughter, she wanted to know about renting that place up there. Who do you contact?
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you can you start over?
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland,
here,
Cromwell, Griffin,
Here.
Hairston,
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
here Jones.
Here, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Bashir Jones. Joe Jones.
Here, Madam Clerk.
Casey,
Present.
McCormack, Mooney,
Here.
Palancic,
Present.
Santana, Slight,
Present.
Zone.
Present.
You have a quorum, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can everyone please pause for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now I'll read the disclaimer. This council meeting is being held during the COVID-19 emergency declaration and is being conducted as a virtual meeting in accordance with Ohio's open meeting laws as amended by House Bill 197. Council Rule 49, requiring the attendance of the mayor and director of all departments at council meetings is waived for this and any other virtual council meeting held under amended House Bill 197. In compliance with the charter and rules of council, a copy of all legislation to be heard during this council meeting was furnished previous to the meeting to every council member through their council email. It is hereby acknowledged without objection that all members of council have received this legislation. Further, council members must be visibly present for all votes. If you are not present, your vote will not be counted. Madam Clerk, please dispense with the journal.
By Councilmember Cleveland, that the reading of the minutes of the last meeting be dispensed with the journal approved, seconded by Councilmember Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any communications?
Yes, file number 571-2020, oath of office for Rafael Munoz, Captain of Fire. File number 572-2020, oath of office for Richard Allen Petrus, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 573-2020, oath of office for Robert Ryan Glorioso, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 574-2020, oath of office for Joseph Vidlika, Jr., Lieutenant of Fire. File number 575-2020, oath of office for Bobby Patrick Powers, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 576-2020, oath of office for Isaiah Paul McCloskey, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 577-2020, oath of office for Brian James Webb, Captain of Fire. File number 578-2020, oath of office for Brian Thomas Jadick, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 579-2020, oath of office for Aaron Jeffries Pierce, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 580-2020, oath of office for Brian Anthony Medzia, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 581-2020, oath of office for John Herbert Matier, Lieutenant of Fire. File number 582-2020, oath of office for Kerry Howard, Director of Public Safety. File number 583-2020, from Emerald Development and Economic Network, AKA Eden, a letter of intent to apply to Ohio Housing Finance Agency for development of expansion of Phase 1 to provide critical housing for low-income individuals and families with disabilities throughout the city. File number 584-2020, from Metro Gateway LLC, a letter of intent to apply to Ohio Housing Finance Agency for development of newly constructed affordable housing development consisting of 72 units. File number 588-2020, from Council President Kevin Kelly, designating Bakita Stiggers to serve as Clerk of Council Pro Tem for the purposes of signing all documents requiring the clerk's signature on July 8th, 2020. From the Ohio Division of Liquor Control, file number 585-2020, regarding an economic development transfer for 1901 Train Avenue, Ward 3. File number 586-2020, regarding a transfer of ownership application at 4398-4400 State Road, Ward 13. File number 587-2020, regarding a new application for 2855 Detroit Avenue, Ward 3.
Thank you. First reading, emergency ordinances to be referred.
Ordinance 555-2020 by Council Members Zone and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance to amend Section 2 of Ordinance 1388-2019, relating to the Directors of Public Safety and Law accepting grants from the County Public Safety and Justice Services for the fiscal year 2019 Violence Against Women Act for sexual assault advocate and for the law enforcement and prosecution components of the Cleveland Domestic Violence Program. Ordinance 577, 2020 by Council Members McCormack, Santana, Johnson, and Brancatelli by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Capital Projects to issue a permit to Tremont West Development Corporation to encroach into the public rights of way within Tremont neighborhood by installing, using, and maintaining 22 bicycle racks. Ordinance 562, 2020 by Council Members Joe Jones, Brancatelli, and Kelly by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Commissioner of Purchases and Supplies to sell city-owned properties no longer needed for public use located at 16200 Glendale Avenue in the Lee Harvard area to Gracemount Village Homes LLC or its designee for purposes of redevelopment of the properties into housing units.
First reading emergency ordinances to be passed.
Ordinance 549, 2020, an emergency ordinance amending the title in section 1 of Ordinance 414, 2020, as it pertains to authorizing Director of Department of Aging to enter into an agreement with the Lexingtonville Community Center for the Emergency Food Card Program through the use of Ward 7 casino revenue funds. Ordinance 550, 2020 by Councilmember Casey, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of the Department of Community Development to enter into an agreement with Bel Air Puritas Development Corporation for the Lorraine Avenue Art Phase 3 project through the use of Ward 16 casino revenue funds. Ordinance 551, 2020 by Councilmember Slife, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Department of Public Works to enter into an agreement with Puritas Boys Baseball League for the Maplewood Baseball Diamond Maintenance Project through the use of Ward 17 Neighborhood Equity Funds. Ordinance 556, 2020 by Mayor Jackson and Council Members Griffin, Zone, and Kelly. An emergency ordinance to supplement the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio by enacting new sections 602.01 through 06 relating to facial coverings and social distancing, section 437.30 relating to passenger facial coverings in vehicles for hire during the COVID-19 pandemic, sections 236.01 to 07 relating to the Dine Safe Ohio order, and sections 238.01 to 238.05 relating to the sanitation after COVID positive employees. Ordinance 559, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with the Stage Employees Local 27 and to amend section 47 of Ordinance 323.15 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications. Ordinance 560, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with the Machinist District 54 Local 439 and to amend section 17 of Ordinance 323.15 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications. Ordinance 561, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance approving the collective bargaining agreement with the Treasurers and Ticket Sellers Union Local 756 and to amend section 46 of Ordinance 323.15 as amended relating to compensation for various classifications.
Read the motion to suspend the rules.
By Councilmember Cleveland, that the rules be suspended and the legislation just read be placed on final passage, seconded by Councilmember Mooney.
Call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Polensik, Santana, Slight, Zone. 15 yeas.
Call the roll on passage.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palansik, Santana.
No.
15 yeas.
No on 556.
14 yeas and 1 nay on 556.
And 15 yeas on all the others?
On 15 yeas on all the others.
Okay. First reading ordinances to be referred.
Ordinance 563, 2020 by Councilmember Zone, an ordinance changing the use, area, and height districts of parcels of land south of the Cleveland Memorial Shoreway between West 78th and West 70th Street.
First reading emergency resolutions to be referred.
Resolution 552, 2020 by Councilmember Bashir Jones, an emergency resolution urging the Cleveland Indians to change their baseball team name. Resolution 553, 2020 by Councilmember Conwell, an emergency resolution urging the Cleveland Metropolitan School District to make mandatory in its curriculum African-American history and Cleveland-centered African-American history, and further urging the school district to create an African-American education center for children based on African-American heritage and history in Cleveland. Resolution 554, 2020 by Councilmember Conwell, an emergency resolution urging the Cleveland Metropolitan School District to change the name of Patrick Henry Middle School to Stephanie Tubbs Jones Middle School.
First emergency resolutions to be adopted.
Resolution 558, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency resolution fixing the date of the next regular meeting of council. Resolution 564, 2020 by Councilmember Brancatelli, an emergency resolution objecting to the renewal of a C1 and C2 liquor permit at 1303 Clark Avenue. Resolution 565, 2020 by Councilmember McCormack, an emergency resolution objecting to the renewal of a C1, C2 liquor permit at Detroit West 28th Street, Inc. Resolution 566, 2020 by Councilmember Joe Jones, an emergency resolution objecting to the renewal of a D1, D2, D3, D3A liquor permit at 4209 East 131st Street. Resolution 567, 2020 by Councilmember Kelly, an emergency resolution objecting to the renewal of a D5 liquor permit at 4488 State Road. Resolution 568, 2020 by Councilmember Brancatelli, an emergency resolution objecting to the renewal of a C2, C2X liquor permit at 4901 Fleet Avenue. Resolution 569, 2020 by Councilmember Brancatelli, an emergency resolution objecting to the renewal of a D5 liquor permit at 6508 6508-10 Lansing Avenue, first floor and basement. Resolution 570-2020 by Councilmember Brancatelli, an emergency resolution objecting to the renewal of a C2, C2X liquor permit at 7025 Fleet Avenue.
Read the motion to suspend the rules.
By Councilmember Cleveland, that the rules be suspended and the legislation just read be placed on final passage. Seconded by Councilmember Mooney.
Call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palansik, Santana, Slight, Zone. 15 yeas.
Call the roll on adoption.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Palansik, Santana, Slight, Zone.
Madam Chairperson, no on 552.
Which, that number isn't adding up. Which number or which resolution?
It's resolution 552-2020. That's the one pertaining to the Cleveland Indians.
Then referred.
Excuse me?
That's not in this section. That's been referred.
Okay, thank you.
So that's 15 yeas, no nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Second reading, emergency ordinances passed. to be passed.
Ordinance 475, 2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of labor and materials necessary to remove rubber and any other contaminants from paved surfaces for the various divisions of the Department of Port Control for a period of 2 years with 2 one-year options to renew. Ordinance 510, 2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to exercise the second option to renew a contract with PS 2018-188 with ARINC, Inc., to provide maintenance, operation, and management services for city-owned common use facilities at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. Ordinance 513, 2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing Director of Port Control to employ one or more professional consultants to develop a master plan for Burke Lakefront Airport. Ordinance 514, 2020 by council members Cleveland and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the purchase by one or more requirement contracts of asphalt for runways, taxiways, ramps, and roadways, including labor and materials for repair and installation if necessary for the various divisions of the Department of Port Control for a period of 2 years with 2 one-year options to renew. Ordinance 532, 2020 by councilmember Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance to enter into an amendment with Comp Management LLC to provide additional third-party workers' compensation administrative services for a 4-month period. Ordinance 546, 2020 by council members Brancatelli and Kelly by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Directors of Finance and Economic Development to transfer $3 million from the general fund for the purpose of making economic development loan and grant agreements and forgivable and non-forgivable loans.
Read the motion to suspend the rules. I'm sorry.
By councilmember Cleveland, that the rules be suspended and the legislation just read be placed on final passage, seconded by councilmember Mooney.
Call the roll.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Polensek, Santana, Slife, Zone. 15 yeas.
Call the roll on passage.
Kelly, Bishop, Brancatelli, Cleveland, Conwell, Griffin, Hairston, Johnson, Bashir Jones, Joe Jones, Casey, McCormack, Mooney, Polensek, Santana, Slife, Zone. 15 yeas.
Got some Wi-Fi, sorry, I'm in your way. No problem.
What was that?
15 yeas.
Thank you, thank you. This concludes the legislative portion of the meeting. Madam Clerk, can you excuse the absences?
By councilmember Cleveland, that the absence of council members McCormack and Santana are hereby excused, seconded by councilmember Mooney.
Okay, thank you very much, my colleagues, for we did a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of good work today. Our next regular meeting of the council will be on Wednesday, July 29th, 2020. And this council meeting is adjourned to the call of the chair. Have a great rest.
Appreciate everybody's work today. Appreciate everybody who pinch hit for me during my technical difficulties. I found some Wi-Fi in a public library about 15 miles away and I'm getting kicked out. So enjoy.
All right. Thank you all.
Thanks all.